Greetings, traveler. Goodbye.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee. How may I aid you? Be careful. Well met. Go in peace.
You've got mail.
Greetings, traveler. Goodbye.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine.
You've got mail.
Hail. Goodbye.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
well met. Go in peace.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Out of control. This is going to be a big hit on Judgment Day.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine.
You've got mail.
Well met. Be careful.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
How may I aid you? Go in peace.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Sorry, Bobby, can you hear me? I didn't realize that my mic muted. Oh no, it's okay. I have a million and one things going on, but you're actually my first sub, so really appreciate that. Um, you said you normally stay at 200K to 300. Uh, let's see. One thing I was going to say, an easy way to make gold is to something that we could do if you wanted to. It takes like no time at all, but these two mounts from Sepulchre and then the Janus Tide Storm. I soloed it last week, so you can't solo it. Like if you just wanted to take someone like a low level on your own. Well, I guess those would be people that just buy accounts, I suppose. But that's a really pretty. Where are you going, Joker? Come on. Let me see your baby. I love you. Come on. Come on. Want to kiss your daddy? Okay. Yeah, I've been single like 2.5 years, and my girlfriend had her dog in the bed all the time, and so Harley didn't want to get in the bed. In the last like 3 months, she's been getting back in the bed, but her particular spot, my girlfriend was on that side of the bed, and then her dog would sleep at the foot of the bed, so the dog pretty much took Harley's spot. And I went to sleep at like 11 a.m. or something, and I kept waking up, and I woke up a few times, and she was in her spot, like she reclaimed her throne. And then when I woke up, because she usually just stay in bed for a minute, but when I woke up around like 7 tonight, I opened my eyes and she was like right in front of me. So that made me feel real good. 6.7. Well, my thing looks weird because I'm always moving gold between servers. Oops, hold on, this stupid thing. Do you know how to? Jesus, I'm as Christian as they come, but I'm also bipolar, and when I get aggravated, it's like one thing aggravates you, and then something else happens, and like no, a normal person, you just like wouldn't be bothered, but when you're bipolar, it's just like, it, yeah, it's just I just can't. People are like, are you a preacher? I'm like, no, I like to be, but I cuss too much, and I just can't. I can't stop it. Total gold iron, 34 million. Yeah, the total profit is down because I'm always moving gold between servers. And then of course I bought the it was 1.3 million for the auction house mount. Uh, let me see. These two mounts look really good. I don't know how familiar you are with them. But this is the last boss in Shadowlands, the jailer. And this one is Sylvanas' mount. Which this mount is really amazing. There's a lot of Dragon Hawks, but not like that. All the other ones kind of look kind of goofy. Do you, I don't think you can you? Can you trade the mop mounts to people? Yeah, this is on Karn. That's my main tune. Uh, like the Heavenly Onyx from Shaw. I've got all of those. Like that's 10 million right there on the black market. It took me let me see right quick. I think it took me 13 years to get that mount. This come up? Yeah, let me see. Oh, did you get the Hateforged mount? The Mountain Dew mount? Oh, that's you. Hold on, I'll invite you. Well, if you're not in the group, I'll invite you. Let me see. Oh, this mount right here. Did you get this mount? I've got like 9 codes if you want one. You don't have to pay me for it or nothing. I didn't. Oh, okay, you got it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even notice that you were in front of me. My bad. I haven't had my Concerta in like a month, and now it's out of stock. And then I was calling the Salvation Army to get help with my rent, and I never thought about checking with them. And then it's like we're not accepting applications. I'm like, fuck me. I be surviving, man, but shit is it's getting just a little bit too crazy at the moment. But yeah, wow. Long story short, I lived in a shelter with my mom, and then my friend had a computer. He played this game called Diablo 2.
You've got mail.
And of course, my main in Diablo is a paladin, and then I got the expansion set, and then of course I played WoW when it first came out. And I play Hearthstone too, but WoW's my favorite game. Oh, I don't have to do that. I can get that on here. Oh yeah, that
You've
Skull
got
Flame
mail.
is that really huge fiery one. Yeah, yeah, people love that one. Do I have? I think I know that. Yeah, I think I do. Pretty sure I do. But I've got like billions of gold worth of. Oh, I don't know that. I'm trash at this game. Oh, is that the fire resistance? Still alive. Oh no, you deal fire damage. It's AoE. Yeah, that's a twink item right there. All day. Yep. Yep, that's the one. That's the twink one right there. Somebody said that value of twink items if they're epic is useless because the scaling only counts for rare or uncommon, but I'm like, epics have the best effects, so I don't think that person knew what they were talking about. Yeah, I need to, what's the name of that mount? Uh, it looks like this, yeah, let me see this thing. I want to pay that much for that. Uh, it reminds me of the gargoyles. The gray gargoyle, the one that was real big, like Batista. It's like I kind of don't like it, but I kind of do. But it looks unique enough to pay for. Let me see. Somebody said 4 million. Let me see. My older cousin, they were backing the car out, and he got hit in the head. And he's basically like one of those people with a brain injury that's kind of like 90% in their own world and 10% in the real world as far as cognizant um, function. But I was talking with my Christian sister yesterday, I know since we were kids, and he said something about only the Lord or something. I was like, okay. His name is Quamos. He's my big cousin. But the caveat being he's one of those where he could kind of get a little physical or a little bit like make you uneasy only because he's not in his mind is not like how he used to be. But that he got in that accident when he was a kid, so it's not his fault. 4.7 million. This other person said 6. You know, I had the like the run for that flame thing for this one, and it was like 2 hours before the raid, and I was getting the gold together from my servers, right? And then I paid like 100, I paid like 1 million deposit, and the other 4 I was gonna pay in the raid. And he was like, "Yeah, my guy canceled the thing because he felt like he was getting sketched out that you weren't gonna pay." And I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, first of all, what is that? And number two, what's the point of a deposit if that's the case?" And I used to be a GM, and I would never do no shit like that. But so I just have to get it from the black market. But it's fine. Yeah, so if it's 6 million and they're offering 4.5, that's a little better price. When does the season end? Like next month? Oh my bad, I didn't answer your question. Uh, well that's what I'm checking. I don't like I try to check with Altaholic, and because I haven't been on. They did an update or something, and it didn't what do you call that thing? The data store. It didn't store all of my gold on all my servers. So I don't actually have an exact figure. But on this one right now, for the sake of argument, it says I have 330K on this, my second account, between all my accounts. But I have like thousands of items in the mail at the same time. So it'll be a higher figure. I just have to go through and post everything. But to keep it real short, I have like 20 plus major health issues. And well, you probably saw the thing since you were saying don't talk. So yeah, you probably saw it. But I'd have like, I know you know student albatross probably, and I would be on where he's at as far as that goes if it weren't for my illnesses. But I just need to make better use of my time when I'm functional. I was making a gold guide video the other day, and that guy Boofy that does gold, like I'd known about him some years ago, and then I saw his name on the like I undercut him. I said, "Oh, that's funny." I don't like talk to those guys or nothing, but yeah, it's good to see people coming up. Boofy's doing good now. He's got a good amount of followers and stuff like that and guides. Oh, you do? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like when people are like, oh, this person's gonna suggest this and that. And it's like, you just want people to starve to death or not take care of their family. Like you're kind of an asshole, you know, to say that to people. Like you don't have to you don't have to watch their stuff if that's how you feel about it. If it's like that, I mean, like it's literally what the man does. Like, what do you want? What are you talking about? People are just goofy in general. Oh, oh yeah, we could set you up. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Um, Nobody ever knows how to say my name, but I'm gonna have Siri say it for me. Uh, how did I get her to say my name? Oh, hey Siri, what's my name?
You're Carnagias. That's what you told me anyway.
Yo, all right, Siri. Okay, shorty, get smart with me again and see if I don't bust you in your shit. No, Siri's a robot, y'all. It's not a girl. It's not a girl. It's not a girl. Everybody's on trial these days. You say something and you gotta be like, wait a minute, wait a minute. It's the dumbest shit. But anyway, um, yeah, we'll get you together. Are you from the UK? I would assume so since you got UK in your name. Or it might mean unknown or something like that. Got so many duplicates of stuff. Alright, now
Many
let's
deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
server on. Oh, Kel'Thuzad. Got any more Bagwell sons at home? Got a 33 and a 3% chance of being blah blah blah. I got you hooked up. Holla, if you hear me. Scott Steiner is out of his mind, and it's fabulous. Oh, so I'm assuming do you run like pro or semi-pro keys for like for tournaments, I'm assuming? Or for just for like advertising for WoW or something like that, I guess. So low. Under. bloody prices. Okay, I see. There's somebody being goofy. Alright. Bruh, like why? Why did what? You're selling, might as well just give it to somebody, bro. Just give the joint to somebody if that's the case. I mean, the reciprocity from Doomwalker Chasm. Yep. That's from back in the day. I might as well toss that. Well, I guess it's better than better, but not that much. The coffee roach. I hate roaches. I really do. Can't stand them. Get the rest of this stuff. Yeah. That's worth what? 16. I suppose. Oh, I was the first person to get the sticky sweet treat recipe, and I tried to get it for 10 for gold cap, and I didn't have any people that wanted to make me get that much gold that fast, and they are mean. Oh, cool. That's got nothing to do with the military, does it? I'm assuming it's just a euphemism for that. I'm just curious because I wanted to. I have someone very close to me that is a veteran, and I wanted to serve, but I can't because of my health issues. And my mom was like, "Nah, that's." Even if I could, I don't think my mom wouldn't have let me go anyway. But I wanted to. But sometimes shit don't work out. Now, if I would have been alive back in World War I and II, I definitely would have been out in that joint. For sure. I just bought one of these for 850 gold. Oh, if you see anything I have that you want, let me know. Because eventually you're going to start to notice that I got, like, a duplicate of a duplicate. This is going to sound the most ridiculous thing you ever heard. But before the world ends, at best we have 5 years. At worst we have 10 years. Before shit gets real. In my opinion. But I just hope that I can get me a wife. But an American wife, hell to the no. Hell no. What do you mean it's full? Bloody hell. Okay, this is a problem.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'm on this server, that's fine. I just put it in here then. This is all speed gear right here. Do you need a speed set? Because I got plenty of them. Oh, are you a veteran? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't read that. You are. Oh, you're a Marine. I was gonna be a Marine. All right, yeah. Well, your stuff is free, my man. Thank you for your service. You know, it's weird. I watched Tropic Thunder before I saw Platoon, and then I saw Platoon in that scene where Ben Stiller's making light of it, and then I was like, yeah, that shit's not funny. I read a thing on Reddit where one of our maybe I shouldn't. Well, he said it on Reddit. I kind of feel kind of weird saying it, but he basically he saw one of our people doing some stuff he shouldn't have been doing to people that were not in the same number bracket, if you get what I mean. And I guess the guy kept
You've got mail.
habitually doing it or something. And he dealt with dude, and dude didn't come back to life. And that, I mean, shit. You don't fuck with women or children, man. Like, period. Now, if a dude's got an AK or some shit, and he's like, this is for da 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 da, well, you got your orders, right? But that was not. There's certain lines you don't cross in combat. And hurting civilians is basically, he was abusing civilians, is what he was doing. That's, you know. Oh, you're still active? Okay. Yeah, the person very close to me is a 9/11 veteran. Now, if I start crying, I get emotional over this stuff and being bipolar. I'm all right. I just be having trauma and shit. Because I turned around, we all do, of course, but that's worse for our veterans. But I turned around and I was facing the couch, and then when I woke up, man, like I've had tons of moms, surrogate moms raise me, but one of my moms, Aggie, she raised me she was ready to raise me since before I was even conceived. They're like, we're going to have a kid and you're going to raise him like as another mom. And that's how close we are. And she's like, oh my God, they blew up the towers. And I was like, huh? And I just remember, like, right as it was happening on the impact and the explosion. You know, obviously I was like 10. I didn't understand what was happening, but I knew it was really screwed up. And one thing stupid people don't realize is, regardless of if somebody believes a conspiracy or this or that, or if a conflict is legitimate or if it's justified or whatever, people can think what they want to think, but the casualties of war are real. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I would give like a speed set for like 20K to people or something for no sockets and maybe like 30K with sockets. Um, it's kind of, I haven't had anybody buying it yet, but I kind of got late to the game on. I'm pretty much new to social media, but I didn't start streaming until like 2 years ago. This is Joker. It's my son. He's 8 years old. Okay. He gives kisses on her. Just one kiss, you know? One kiss, you know? Jokey J. Boy, look, I ain't had you since you was 4 months old. Oh, it's Harley Quinn back here. Let me turn the light on so you can see her. Her little bed, but I didn't realize she was back there. Joker, you saw it in black when you why don't you get some damn something. So, yeah, I got a 45 Smith & Wesson SD. You're gonna laugh at me, but I was clearing the chamber when I came from the store, and because Kentucky's it's an open carry, but you can conceal carry without a permit. But I went to clear it, and then for some reason, another bullet got stuck in there. It took me a second to figure out how to get it out, but I figured it out. This is Harley Quinn. This is my daughter, baby. She's 6. Yeah, I know you want that. I gotta make him a spot. Hold on 1 second. Okay, but would you? Can a Negro get a drink? I mean, shit, can I get something to drink? Little man? Tell him, Harley. Daddy in there. Put Russian. Yeah, that's my daddy, too. Where's your blanket over there? We don't have two babies over here at the same time sometimes. Come here, baby. Now, Joker, boy, if you don't bring your black and white ass on somewhere, you just up here doing shit. You're doing shit. Well, whenever you're ready, sir, I will, receive you. So, you want to know how much I love cats? I was born in '89, Lion King came out in '93, and I already loved animals. Cats were always my favorite. When I saw Mufasa, this shit went to another level. I'd die for Mufasa. I would die for a VHS tape of Lion King for real. Put that on my mama, and my mama did. And put that on my daddy, and my daddy did too. They with the Lord, so it's all good. But I asked my auntie a couple months ago, and I would literally was like that little boy that climbed in the exhibit with Harambe. Like, you know how a little kid climbs, tries to scale the well, I don't know if you have kids or not, but they'll try to scale the fence at the zoo. Well, my feet were vertical in the air and my head was like going down, and I was about to free fall. Oh, for real? That might be worth. It might be worth something. It has to be. But my auntie Missy, she turned around by the last second and caught me by my ankle. And you probably remember when you tried to hide under the bed to get away from your parents, which you shouldn't do that shit. This is gonna make it worse. It's like, motherfucker, you gonna try to hide from me? Okay, come here. And that's what I did. And I tried to hide under both of them, I think. And I put the toys in front of me and stuff. Like, she don't know I'm in there. Kids are so goofy. Yeah, I got my ass beat at my auntie's, and I got my ass beat at my mom and dad's, I think. But yeah, that's definitely, people are like, oh, don't whoop your kids. You almost got ate up. If the fall didn't kill me, the lions would have ate me. But either way, I would have pet Mufasa. I knew the task at hand. I will not be stopped. But yeah, I've always loved cats. I love all animals too, but cats are the best. I love dogs as well. I just hate walking them. My ex would get mad at me because I didn't walk her dog. I was like, I never once asked you to clean the cat's litter box or anything. So, like, what are we talking about? I ain't got time for it. Women, the reason I'm single is because I'm a real man and I don't, I didn't know it, but, well, I don't know if you're Christian or whatever, but according to the Bible, God, he made Adam first, obviously, and then made Eve. But he allowed Adam to name Eve so that, and as a way to give Adam leadership over Eve, not ownership. And that's what these goofy ass women, especially our fellow American women, don't understand. Because they think like, oh nigga, you don't own me, you ain't my daddy, you ain't my pimp or whatever. It's like, I ain't your pimp. Hold up, what are you? Whoa, stop. Don't ever say it again. But yeah, I probably would end up marrying a non. I didn't mean to post that for that price. I'll probably end up marrying a non-American woman just because I can't make it
You've
past
got
a year
mail.
with any American woman. I try. But once the honeymoon phase is over and you start putting your foot down, it's like if the murder men, the robber men running the house, it's just like, you know, go in the basement, arm yourselves, get the dog, get the cat, get the kid, whatever, and I'll text you the code word or say the code word or knock 7 times in this pattern. Like that's an order. That's not at a certain point you don't. At a certain point you don't ask a woman anything. You tell her. And there's times where a woman will tell us something, but we're meant to protect. And if every time Andre the Giant busts through the door and you send little 5-foot Jenny all of five or 50 pounds, we wouldn't be here right now. And women know that. They're just goofy as hell. Like, they're just goofy, that's all. They're part of the goof troop, it's okay. But just come back to reality at some point, that's all. But we'll see. But, oh shit. When did President Trump say, he said if the Hamas, our people over, I can't remember, I'm not good, I never left the U.S., I'm not good with countries all the time, but he said if our people over in the Middle East are not released in 2 weeks, all hell's gonna break loose. I think we're at that point. I think it's been a week at least about since he said that. Hopefully it don't come to that, but that won't be good.
How
I hope
may
that
you?
diplomacy prevails, but you never know these crazy people. I just don't understand why people can't leave people alone. Like I don't fuck with people. I stay in my house, Like somebody will never ever catch me slipping because I never put myself in that position to begin with.
May the eternal sun
Like I'm sure you probably were alive. Well, yeah, you were definitely alive on the internet before the internet. Like we're all here. I'm here because
You've
of a
got
damn
mail.
napkin and a napkin and a pen. Hey man, you got a pen? I'm trying to get this girl's number. That shit was crazy.
greetings,
That shit
traveler.
was legendary too. Did you get her number? Hell yeah, nigga. What you mean? Ask me
Be
some more
careful.
stupid shit. Did I get her number? Is 2 + 2 4, motherfucker? Take some stupid shit again. What server am I on? Keltis. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I totally forgot. Come here, I think it's in Israel. Yeah, I think so. We have some of, not our soldiers, but we have some diplomats, I think, and so like some civilians, and then uh, diplomats, civilians, and I think journalists. Yeah, those poor journalists. It seems like there's always a few journalists that get caught up. I mean, that's what they're paid to do, but it's just like, damn. I've watched, like, I know all the history, like everything, the Bible aside, because some people don't believe in the Bible, so they want to talk about regular history, which is fine. But like Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, all of that shit. Uh, so yeah, I love history. But I watched all of our history of the American Revolution and up till World War One and Two, and then all the other stuff. That shit wrecked me, man. I was crying for like 3 months straight. That shit was hard to watch. But them dudes that was recording when we got up, not when we stormed the beaches of Normandy, but I think prior to that, when we were on the naval ships, there was those guys recording. Them cameramans are some G's.
You've got mail.
I don't know if I don't think they were ever put in a position to be in combat or in danger, but then they reported a lot. So they had to have been out there because a lot of it was, you know, like once you touch sand or land, like there ain't no going back as a cameraman. I mean, you know, but then I don't think a sniper's gonna waste his time on the cameraman, you know, so they're probably okay. I wouldn't do the shit though, not me. I'd rather be out there in the field in combat instead of be behind a camera. But yeah, I've always loved firearms. I'm nice in Call of Duty, I just don't have the new ones. And I was busting, I've made almost every person I play in Mortal Kombat either quit or they end up adding me as a friend. So I'm either going to beat some respect into you or I'm going to beat some respect out of you. One of the two. Kano's my main, but I've been banging with Liu Kang. He's on MK11. I have MKXL also, and the Justice 1 and 2, 2K24, with probably the 13th game, Tekken 7. I got quite a few PSN games. My brother got me he bought me a PSN network, or he sent me some money so I could buy one. I didn't ask him or nothing, but he did it for me. Oh, I have Grand Theft Auto 5. I've never played that online either. I probably will. I like Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, there's nothing on this server worth waiting on. Okay. Just gonna check one more thing. My granny just turned 77 the other day, which is pretty crazy. What is that? Oh, those things. I've got like 6,000 items on Carn, give or take. There's a spare. Just want to check this. Probably just check these ones before I switch servers. I know the van braces got undercut. Yeah. They love undercut those van braces, don't they? I think I'm just gonna keep those in my on my person rather. It'll probably be easier that way. Yeah, I don't really gotta worry about that too much. I'll just sell those on another one. Let's see. And the Chris also.
Well met.
For it.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Yeah, we'll just toss those on there, it's fine.
Greetings.
It's okay. Ain't worried about it. So I need to put this in the, okay, I got confused for a second. I need to put these in my guild deck. Oh, I've got my community, it's got like 500 plus people. Yeah, I was in a Mythic guild, and then some person that was gone for like 6 months came back, and
Go in peace.
it was the same class. It was a paladin, and so they let that person come back and take my spot, even though the person wasn't even there, which is totally stupid. But whatever. But back in BC, when I was like 14 to 19. I was a raid leader. We had 4 raid groups, 400 plus people. And I only ran like 3 other officers, but I was the raid leader, the GM, and the main tank. And I also did the website too, and the recruiter, so I pretty much did everything. But yeah, my off-tank Rockblood, he actually came in person, him and his fiance, because he was quitting the game to get married, and he got me Wrath of the Lich King and a headset and a mic and a mouse. And that was pretty, I wish I would have got a picture with him. I wonder if he still plays. I'm gonna look him up right quick. That was my dude though. That homie was loyal, man.
Greetings.
It's hard to find that these days.
May the eternal sunshine.
Let me see. Oh, I totally forgot. Hold on a second. I got the Heavenly Onyx and the Heartbreaker like a week and a half apart. Where's the Heavenly Onyx? Oh, it says 11 years. Damn, that's a long time. And then the Heartbreaker was 12.
Alright,
Oh,
y'all, throw a follow, a sub. I'm about to show y'all how lucky I am. I'm the luckiest player in the game ever. Y'all think I'm
Where's
lucky?
the...
Bullshit shit. The drop rate
I
on this
don't know why.
is 0.2%, which on weapons
That's weird. I must have,
Alright, throw a follow, a sub. I'm about to show y'all how lucky I am.
BNET.
I'm the luckiest.
There it is. Hold on. Forgot I kind of lost my mind for a second.
Watch your feet. Jump in. I'm gonna get more depressed, but I can drink. Oh my God!
Where's the cat? Let me kiss a cat. That's funny as hell. Yeah, that was a week apart on those two. Let me see if Rockwood still plays. Probably not, but you never know. There's a spell just like that too. Oh, fuck me. Well, he's a warrior. No. Yeah, he doesn't play anymore. Doesn't look like. Ain't that a bitch? I don't know if I even would have a way to reach out to him. I'm gonna so for all, I just want to check my options on Carn right quick. Yeah, did I move that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that set right there is dirty. Why is my back like that? I don't know. Why the hell is she up here at the top with her dusty ass? Shorty, look. What you need to do is go on somewhere is what you need to do, Shorty. Yeah, let's put Graves up here, because I don't know why the hell you're up where you're at. It's not okay. What keys do you push on Mythic? I'm assuming like 15 to 20 range. Well, no, if you're doing tournaments, you're probably doing like 20s or something. 18 to 20, I'm assuming. Because the pros are doing like 25 to 30, I think, in the invitational. Alex Straza. Sarah. Sarah's my favorite, but Alex Straza is kind of cuter. Yeah. Yeah, I plugged the Shadowland Keymaster for the purple one. 14s, yeah, because of the tuning. Yeah, I plugged the Keystone Master in Dragonflight also, which is a nightmare. Well, in Dragonflight 3K was, I think 2500 was like good, and 3K was kind of almost as high as you can go outside of like, well, you know, going beyond it if you want to, but it really wasn't necessary. Because if you had 3K IO in Dragonflight, you pretty much had the best in slot gear. And stuff like that. This chick messaged me back. I went on this Facebook dating thing, and I got all these different women messaging me or matching this and that, and I can't even remember. Then I got all these numbers in my phone, and I'm so sick and shit that I just like if a chick didn't talk to me after like a 3-day, let's just say a week, if it's been a week and we talk 3 times and I don't hear from her again,
mail.
I'll just keep the number in there, but I won't talk to her again, because obviously you're not interested, so I ain't got time
Our
for all of
lands
that.
are under attack. Tend to those in need and see to it that the threat is removed.
Lady, how about you remove the threat yourself and don't ever talk to me like that again? Oh, my dear.
You've got mail.
I don't. Okay. So, okay. It's not that many items. So I need to go back on the roll too. Still have stuff to open.
You've got mail.
Oh, it's just that. Okay.
You've got mail.
You've made bail.
You've
When I
got
put
mail.
Joker in the room and he's bad, I said your bail's been posted, son. I put him in the shoe for 3 minutes. Hard time. That's hard time right there, boy. What's funny is when he gets put in the room, Harley will go in and wait outside the door for him, just like the damn comic book. It's some funny shit. Do I have a Grumpus in here? No. About my code. It's not. Okay.
You've got mail.
I just want to get those out of there. Oh, it's not bad. I don't even know what those. Oh, I think those mounts look like those robot things. I think it's what they
You've
look
got
like.
mail.
Put these on for. I guess I will put them on for 48. Maybe I should do 24. No, I'll just do 48 because I'm gonna be on different servers anyways. I'll probably have some gold on Carn because I have a lot of stuff. But I want more valuable stuff on this one. Yeah, what would you call it? Uh, brother's I have multiple brothers, but my brother's stepdad is an honorably discharged Marine. Sorry. So that's pretty cool. Cool, man. Yeah, for sure. You're the first one on the list. I got you, brother. But yeah, get you some sleep, man, and I appreciate the sub, and God bless you, man. I'll talk to you next time. Mr. White. It's not stand-up principle. Bruce Wayne. I wonder what would break plus your spirit or your body. You fight like a young man, holding nothing back. Admirable, but mistaken. Bane is a monster, man. Out here breaking backs and breaking spirits. Split them in two like tyranny. Have your wife talking about, I didn't know, is that serious? So that's what you get for your man's being curious.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
Got many lucky
Many farewells.
Okay now.
May your feet find good trails.
Over yonder. Oh, there it is. 3 minutes. Sure can. Oh, boy, that was almost bad. Oh, wait a second. There's one over there, too. This one's closer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can do a lot of voices. Yeah, I can do the Joker's voice, Yoda, Batman, Mickey Mouse, Goofy, Harley Quinn. I can do all types of voices, really. But The Dark Knight, on IMDb, Shawshank Redemption is ranked #1, and Godfather 2, or The Godfather, is ranked number 1 or 2, and The Dark Knight is #3. And if more people voted on The Dark Knight, it would be #1. And it's only because some idiot gave it like a 1 or something. That's what's dragging it down. I'm like, bro. Dark Knight's the greatest movie ever made. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Maybe I'll kill Finran before thing should be up. Oh, Finny boy, where are you? Yo, Holmes, where are you, man? I'm looking for you, man. I heard you were talking to my sister, man. We're gonna roll up on you, fool. And everything, man, it's gonna be over for you, vato. Comprende, Holmes? It's no bueno. My sister said it was bueno, but no, it's not bueno. Okay, he ain't up. Alright, 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 alright.
You've got mail.
This stuff is opening up mad quick. Oh, there's my pets. Carns. Oh, that's right. We can get, from the soul cages, you can get those. Yeah, so I really could just stick around out here and farm this, elemental area. It's like a couple mango. Where's that one? I thought I saw it. Mr. Speedy Cat, my arch nemesis. Get out of here now! I like your kind, sir. Clayton Bixby. I'm what? I love it. I love it. I guess I can't say the other part, but Chappelle Show. Best comedy show out there. When keeping it real goes wrong. They trying to kill me. They had to tip me to the emergency. What you mean don't call the police, man? They shot me. They trying to kill me. That is not funny, but the way he was talking, that Louisiana accent was making it funny. It's really hard not to laugh at something that's not funny when it really is funny. But that shit ain't funny, motherfucker. Charlie. You the mother. You the motherfucker. You the motherfucker. I can't say shit. You the motherfucker. You the motherfucker that be making fun of a Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder, musical genius, and shit ain't funny, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up. Oh shit. This shit's fucking funny. I want to learn it so bad, but it's worth a lot. Damn. I mean, I could, but it would kind of be a little. I don't want to have to go and pay gold cap for it when I could have sold it and buy one for a lower price. Yeah, I have a lot of shit. Like a lot. Like a whole lot. Oh, I know how to Grumpus. I got 3 of those from the holiday. These right here are removed from the game. I got these for like 10k or 5k. But the shoulders sell for like 100k each. I be finding shit like that for some reason. Under Shadow Infused. I got like 3 of those. Shadow thing. Oh, mine is a level 9. Yeah. Oh, Blast That Booty and Speedy Cat. Yeah, they need to stop posting stuff on my server. They just need to come on somewhere. They're doing too much out here. Oh, the Tiger Cub? Yeah, I'll see if I can find you one. I should have got the mount back in the day, but I'm a dumbass, like many other people.
You've got mail.
Should have gotten it. I wonder if people that got a dupe one, if it went, I don't think it went away, did it? No, if you learned it, you would have it. It's just if you got a
You've got
duplicate,
mail.
bought it, it will like disappear or some shit or something like that. Which I don't even know. How the hell do you do? How do you cheat in WoW? I don't understand that. Like the game is like that's like making a drop rate like 100% on something when the game is. I used to do coding in high school with C++. I know how to code a little bit, and coding is not supposed to be able to be like unless you go and change the code of the drop rate, you can't manipulate it. So I don't understand what the fuck's going on with that, but apparently it's possible. Yeah, I have so much shit that I be forgetting what I have. This with speed? Oh no. I have an eye ripper girdle too. That's worth like $1 million. I want to learn it, but I got it for like 500 gold. Oh, I got battle chain, or not the bloodstain knife. I have that, but it's the boots that are worth 10 million. I got one for like 500 gold, and I want to learn this shit so bad, but it's like, if it was worth like 100k or even 500k, I would just learn it and sell the other one. But it doesn't make sense to learn to mock something that's so valuable, because you're gonna lose gold like doing that. This is faded. No, it's not. That's from Nathria. Heroic. Castle Nathria is going to be weird to solo because all the mechanics. So that price on that probably is right. Oh, this knife. I need to check the price on that knife. That one I got for like 100 gold. I'm all that in Dragonflight. It's a cool looking thing though. Doris, Andre. I was playing this guy on Mortal Kombat. This British guy. And he's one of them. He's like, we're talking shite, mate. What are you doing over there? I'll be doing this and I'll be doing that. And he was from Britain. I said, hey, mate, you from Britain too? I'm from America, but I'm actually from Britain, just like you, mate. You're talking a bunch of bollocks and what's a shite? What do you mean I'm not supposed to be talking any shite, mate? I'm sitting down here with my bloody cats. And you're coming over here I see you on the fucking telly and you're talking shite, mate. Are you a fucking nutter? You didn't say nothing after that. It's like, bro, so calm your ass down, bro. Calm down, bro. You can be humbled or you can get humbled, but you need to chill, bro. Homie was I don't know. He needs to get a girlfriend if he even knows what that means. I don't think so from the way he was so hostile. I mean, shit. I'm just trying to beat people up in Mortal Kombat. That's all I'm trying to do, man. He took it somewhere where it did not need to go. 500,000. It says it's worth 4 million. Okay. That's what you people say. We'll go with that. Petrification. I'm not worried about that. Alarm turret. That's worth 10. I'll put that on my thing. If I can. Oh, I need to check the spares. Yeah, those prices are pretty much not going to come down unless you find one at a random price. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely help people with gold and stuff once I get all my auctions checked.
You've got mail.
Take a little minute. But I slept from like 11 to. Well, I have Crohn's disease and chronic fatigue syndrome too, so not only do I not get any nutrients when I eat, but also
You've got mail.
my energy can plummet. Pretty much just like a tank buster, and the tank is like one shot. Pretty much just like that. That's what happens with my energy. And then I have to lay down. That's what happened earlier. But right now, I'll be able to get through all the servers at this rate for sure. It won't be an issue. As prior. I need to click off the speed ones on somebody. Like on Dragonflight and on Dragonflight, it would undercut the speed items, but on this expansion it doesn't. Who is that? Why? Oh, he's got the that buff on him. I wonder if there's a. Hold on. Is there a fire thing going? No. He's just being fat. Finran, you fat. Stop eating so many rocks. I don't know what you eat. Oh yeah, you're on that OG shit. We got the best. I mean, I know I'm biased, but we really do have the best military in the world. Niggas know that, and they don't want to take it to where President Trump is saying it might go, because it's not going to be good. I just pray to God it don't come to that, but well, people don't learn. Everybody's, like Mike Tyson said, everybody's tough until they get punched in the mouth. Everybody has a plan to fight till they get punched in the mouth. Man, at least it's not like Genghis Khan days. Genghis Khan was nuts. I don't really know how justified. No, he wasn't justified. He was just a tyrant. He was a tyrant. Because if the people didn't bow to him and like basically just bow to him, like in Game of Thrones, he would murk everybody. And they said like 33% of people in the world have his DNA, like, or is a descendant of him because of all of the, what he was doing. And I couldn't serve a man like that under his army. I'm sorry. I wouldn't even. I'd be like, look, just take me out, bro, because I'm not with this shit, bro. You're a fucking monster. Like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. That's level 9, about 17. The beer tarts are. Oh, it's Fire the Stone Shaper. Increase armor by 30 seconds. That's crazy. Oh, that's a stat. Oh, that's gotta be a. What the hell? What the hell would use that shit? I thought that was a two-handed mace or sword. That is really weird. What type of tanking shit is that? That's really bizarre. Huh. I never actually looked at to see the thing on it. I should probably just teleport over to the Obsidian Throne. I can wait to try to get get that almond pineapple recipe. I don't have any right now because I've had to spend. I haven't had like an income in like 2 years. Like no joke. I've only had like 4 checks from Twitch, so it's like $50 each. But I literally, well, I'm not homeless, but I am destitute. I have no income. But my disability hearing, I've been trying to get on disability for 10 years, and I finally have a hearing next month. Speaking of which, I need to fill out my papers. I was supposed to fill them out and send them to my lawyer. But I'll get the back payment. I'm hoping that they'll get back paid to 2015, 2016 when I filed. But yeah, if I didn't have to spend gold on 2 accounts, I would have like a lot more. I'd have at least probably 4 or 5 easily, like easily. But yeah, I got well, I can show you. When I say I have a lot of shit, I have a lot of shit.
My friend, our history together is illustrious. Surely you lend me your support here at the
Go over here
Citadel.
about Fat Boy.
I
don't know
bring
why
the future generation
I went
of
from
a new,
one.
uncorrupted black dragon flight. Surely you'll
I bet you the weight probably for an 18-year-old Marine would be probably 175 to 185 probably. That's what my weight was. I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 5'11" and a half, but I'm 6 feet with shoes on. I don't know why I just said that. I was going somewhere with that. Shit. I forgot. Sorry. Oh, that's what it was. In the lockdown, I went from like 175 to 185 to 259. I've never been fat in my life.
Mail.
And well, I got my blood test and all that, and like my blood works fine. I don't have like any intimacy diseases or nothing like that, right? Praise God. But the point is when I was younger, I had so many girlfriends. I was in shape because of those activities. But then I played basketball all week long, like all day, pretty much till you like pass out, right? And so yeah, I was 175, 155 to 160ish. Cause this big old Marine, he was like this big old dude. He was like probably 6'7", easily 250, and this like little Italian chick. And I had my jeans on and a white tank on. Don't mess with them cords, son. And I was either getting off the bus to go to work or coming from work. And he literally pulled over to the side of the road and he's like, "Hey son, how'd you like to be a Marine?" And didn't even think about it. I said, "I would like that, sir." And then he gave me the thing to go to the station or to the recruiting center. And then my mom shut that down real quick. Because I'm not thinking I'm sick and shit. I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to go serve my country. And, what are you doing, baby? Here, come here. Joker, you know what? Sit your ass down somewhere, boy. Negro's always doing something. Yeah, like that's removed from the game. I got a bunch of those. But yeah, I would think about that's about the right weight because carrying gear and then basically cardio, basically, right? At a certain point, I know we got big guys and stuff, but at a certain point, you don't want somebody to gas out because they're carrying extra weight on top of gear and shit. Bless you, baby. But I'm at like 200 now, and that's pretty good considering I can't do any exercise. I go across the street to the store to get drinks, take the trash out, and then I go to the doctor. The most exercise I get at all is going to the store and walking around there. So I do get some steps in, but not. I haven't played basketball since my wreck in 2016. Is this faded? Oh, that's got speed on it. I want way more than that for that. Where's that from? Oh, Sanctum? Yeah, we're going more than that. Anything with speed on it, the price is going way up. That joint's going way up. Off principle. Are those really worth that much? Where's it from? Cata. Okay. Okay. Y'all people say so. That's from OG WoW right there. I got a few of those. I got this for 100 gold in Dragonflight. Kind of wonder if I kind of want to learn it, but I kind of don't. It's kind of be kind of stupid too, because nobody's gonna go and farm that, so I might as well sell it. Yeah, I'll just sell it. Rage Hammer. Oh, this is the one I was thinking about. The Stone Shaper. Increased damage done by 9. Haste by 50. That's crazy as hell. If you PvP with somebody with that, you're dead. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. Oh, there's the tunic. What does that look like? I forget what that set looks like. I didn't realize I had them both in there. What are you doing, Joker? I bet you're doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. Jokey J. Hey, you know. How did the thing go? Oh, a second. I just saw it. Or did I? Maybe I didn't. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay. I got like 3 of these. Okay, I don't need all those posted on there. That's from Botanical Gardens, or oh no, that's from WOD. I was thinking of that place over in what do you call that place? By the Mechanar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, that's what I was going to show you.
You've got mail.
Let's see. Trying to find like the stuff that's. Oh, this right here. It's the same as the one from. There's one that's like worth 5K that's from Magister's Terrace. But this one, I don't know what the difference
You've
is. And I
got
looked it
mail.
up and I can't figure it out. But that's what they say. I got one of those. Oh, this right here is one that you got from the what do you call it? The scrap thing in the garrison, but it wasn't supposed to. Like it was an accident item that wasn't coded
You've
in, but
got
it
mail.
like glitched or something. So this is basically a glitched item. But there's only like 10 of these in the NA, I think, or something like that. I got the cookbook. Yeah, that one's actually in my mail. I got like I got a few of those. It says on all the things that the MOG is different, but when you put it on, it's the same. So I don't know. I don't know why it says that. Yeah, I got a bunch of those. No, wait a minute. The Lionheart of Lionhorn of Stormwind. Yeah. Increase the armor for all party members by 4 for 30 seconds. In PvP, that's crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. Yeah, I learned that one, I think. I got all those legs from Diablo 2. Wart's body. Oh, that's not my bad, my group. Okay. Oops. Damn it. Get the other one. There you go. Hi, baby girl. What you doing? Look who it is. Come see daddy. Let me see a real quick girl. Hi, bud. What you doing? Hi, bud. You want some joking? Baby girl. You freak girl. Look at this girl, honey. You don't want daddy pet you? Okay. No pet for her. She said, motherfucker, don't pet me. Now is not the time. You have been measured and found wanting.
Well, not surprising once it picked up. It's just a very standard 80s sitcom with the bewitched stuff, rather awkwardly overlaid. Widow embraces normal, new life form after a whirlwind romance, lonely being in the building.
I don't have enough money. Oh, you only had 3K on me. Gotta drop off that break. Oops. Good.
Starring young Martin Ford. A look is strange to the television pilot from 1989 and was picked up after airing. The pilot was directed by Jackie and made for the short jokes about African-American families. What I
Good,
remember
man.
anyway, kind of think about that. We all know all of these shows and movies come from there, but I'll continue. It had a strange opening, strange motivation on Frankenstein. The pilot included a book about 20 unsold pilots all along block. The show aired was on April 23rd, 1989. Now, this is what somebody wrote about seeing it. I quoted on what must have been so eerie and described above. Not to be surprised it wasn't picked up. It's just a very standard 80s sitcom with the bewitched stuff, rather awkwardly overlaid. I'm going to.
I am cancer-free thanks to the power of U of L Health Brown Cancer Center. I am hopeful with the power of clinical trials. Second opinion. And the power of world-class care close to home. That's the power. Our service department is top-notch. We have 20 bays in the service department. We have 4 master technicians. It's great. That's a I ain't never heard of that show. How y'all think? I think he reaching? I think he not reaching. I mean, I want to know the reason behind why they didn't put it out. It's a deeper meaning. It had to be a deeper meaning. It had to. If we always say there's deeper meaning behind all this other shit that we be looking at, it's like, why wouldn't that have a... I'm just asking. Like, I want to know what it really was. I really do. I want to know what it really was. Why they stopped after him. I really do, man. Y'all spam up. And spam up if you think he's reaching or if you're not. Like, I think it would have been a dope show. I didn't really watch. Only thing I watched was sorcery and witchcraft was still is Harry Potter. Like, I'm a big Harry Potter fan, but other than that, like, I don't think I really watched nothing else with sorcery and witchcraft that I can think of off the top of my head. Feel like it's that genre of, it's that niche. That's what I can think of. I watched, but I probably would have watched that, but that was way before my time. I ain't come to 93. 89, shit, I wouldn't even know what it thought of. Yeah, like, that was way before my time. I think that would have been a dope show. That was your thoughts and opinions. How y'all feel about that? All that past and these men can't really go over inspired that. They can't really go over past these get the people about it. They can't really go over inspired that. After these get the people about it. How y'all feel looking up the guy telling you to pass in July and no longer will somebody get inspired that. Hey, I like so you have fully over inspired that. I'm super. Hey, you might as well thank me now at your pocket. Thank you for all the books. You know another thing they need to handle? And I'm gonna say that for them. But yeah. I kind of wish that shit was passed before my car got towed. My shit got towed and I was like, damn, like, I wish this law was
Joker, don't start missing, son. You hear me? You can be up here with Daddy, but don't be trying to chew on cords, because I know how you operate. You operate under, foolishness and treachery. Doing what? Oh, the Twilight Blade? Yeah, I have the Twilight Blade and the Glow, or no. I have the Twilight and I have the Dust Blade, yeah. Those are the two I have. Somebody offered me like they offered me like 300K for that one. I was just like, on this server, Bleeding Hollow, they probably think I'm a noob or something. I'm not trying to be rude to people or nothing. It's just kind of like, at a certain point, no, son. No, Joker. See, that's why you're not allowed back there. Get over here. Get in your spot. No. Joker, I told you no. You're not chewing on cords. I said no. Stay in your spot. Come on. See? Now look at this. Guess who's not doing a thing? This little girl right here. Who's doing everything? Who's doing the most? Okay. He needs to take a damn nap. That's what his problem is. Badass little boy. Come on. Lay down. Hey, baby. Lay down. Come on. Lay with Daddy. Well, lay right here then, Joker. Make up your mind, son.
Mine was just like that. Callie's was just like that. But I also want to go ahead and say, you know, like, people like to say...
Oh, I got Sylvanas on my screensaver.
I'm going to just keep it simple.
Joker.
What is
Boy.
You know, like, so people start saying, it's just like, what if you want to...
Oh, damn. Why are you so bad, boy?
I was house shopping. I was looking at property yesterday, and I seen people in houses.
You got a sucker with avoidance for 55? Really? Oh my gosh, it should be worth more than that, but okay. So that only good for one.
They build their own instead of letting somebody else control that. And they started making it king. What if we are the descendants of the we the descendants of that empire? What if we could be redoing all this again? How is that? Okay, Tartarian all the way over there, right? You're supposed to be all the way in another country. But they built everything here for them, or all around the world. It's like, come on, man. I'm just saying, we probably are this. They don't. That's why
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course, you just posted at a higher clip just to see if it sells, because it might.
You've got mail.
But I mean, if you actually have a real offer in trade chat, that's why I don't use trade chat at all, because of that. Because every time I post something, it's already like the Grumpus mount was like 300K or something, and I was saying like I'd sell it for like, I don't know, 220 or something like that, and they were like 130K.
You've got mail.
All right, bro. Some things you just ain't meant to get in life, and that's one of them. Can't even do it. And then people get mad at you because you won't go any lower, but it's already like a huge discount from what the regular price is.
Guys, I'm on a roll today. So many people comment on my videos. I really appreciate the good and bad comments. So keep them coming. But there was one comment, I just cannot find it. So I hope this person comes back and watch this video, because I'm going to let you know why we are not going to stop. We are not going to continue to try to please the world. And hell must no, we're not going to stop. First off, this identity theft that our GOP and the forefathers and their damn inbreed have conquered up is nothing but a big ass laundry game. Take individuals' identity. You make this big lie up so you can give it out the money to other groups of people who is also in on this big scam. And it's not only hurting the Aboriginal people of that land, it's hurting the people who have came after them, later than them. Now, since we're a big pot of gumbo, their lives can no longer benefit from them, because so-called indigenous Aboriginals that they've been lying about, they're fading out of the scene. They can no longer pay $5 And all these lies that they have told over the years is starting to surface. Everything has an ending to it, guys. Good or bad, everything has an ending to it. This is the ending to identity theft. These so-called Native Americans is doing everything possible to keep this lie going because they know that all the money to the casinos, all the money directed to these reservations, that a lot of them don't even invest that money back into that community. All that shit is done and over with.
Big game day deals on Uber Eats. This week, it's buy one, get one pizza from Little Caesars. All season long, Uber Eats has deals on your football favorites. Order now.
Now, I didn't say that she did. I'm in the dark about what she's talking about. Y'all go ahead and stand up with y'all. Y'all stand up with this cat. Y'all stand up with this cat. Y'all stand up with y'all. You see what y'all know about this. Let me know. The clip before that, she's talking about what Western media ain't showing. I feel like the reason why we do that in the States, like, tell me if I'm reaching. We did that in the States and we all came together. And we all on the streets like that. And it ain't like we coming in peace. We just here standing united, right? You see, as I'm about to say, noise out there, but we don't give a damn. We're going to get this information out. And my reaching, if I was to say, that I think that what they would do is they would start a riot. Not us the people, but it would be, they would call it National Guard, they would call so many backup police officers. They would be scared out their mind. And we would be just standing there united as one, right? United. Not divided, but united as one. I could just see them doing the same thing they did with, was it Mike Brown?
I pretty much just get stuff off the auction house. I used to do, well, when I was farming the mounts, I ended up getting all the mounts that I needed, so I didn't get BOEs from the farming. Or when I was farming for mounts, I would get the BOEs like that too,
You've got
and
mail.
stuff. But primarily, I just get stuff off the auction house for at the moment. Oh, I wanted to see what this looked like again. Oh wow, that's like a monk-looking thing. That's not bad. Oh, I got that transmog. I forget what it's called, that little back thingy. I just got it.
So this is what happens when you smoke devil's lettuce. So I was thinking if crypto becomes a new currency, what would the impact of our birth certificate? Because our birth certificates are like living truths, right? So I checked ChatGPT and yes, once crypto gets adopted onto the blockchain globally, then our birth certificates will get adopted to the blockchain globally, which then means you can be surveyed globally, no man's anywhere in the world without being
guess I could see it being on 350. Maybe it is. I kind of wonder how TSM comes up with these prices sometimes. But I have it set to post at the normal price. Like, this is not worth that much. Well, apparently it is because somebody jacked the price up. Okay. It's worth like 50 to 100, but we'll roll with it. Yeah, I am. I have time walking on my other account, but I don't have it on. What do I have it on this? I have like a mage, I think, but I don't have a tune that can kill him without being ganked because of the level difference or the squish. But he's out here somewhere. But I figured I'd just sit over here while I was posting, and the odd chance it does come up.
You've got mail.
Damn, I haven't checked these in 3 days. I need to reload my UI so it loads up quicker. I do want to see what this is worth though, right quick. Where did it go? There it is. Damn. I think I have 2 of those.
Mama had them like a cookie shara. Never did. If I am more baking, if I am more baking, if I am more baking, I try. If I like, I lay on. Yeah, cook. This is not get you. That's cool. I'm a little like I see where. If I fell on the way, I since I fell on my boy. I'm not like that. You better power up, bro. I've never seen it in my life.
kill me. Every single thing they see in the sky is a something. Y'all need to read
You've
the
got
Bible.
mail.
You might learn something. Just believe me. When you see the real shit, you ain't gonna have no time to be, you're gonna be hiding. You're gonna be hiding or praying. One of the two. Well, if you're a G, you might be fighting, but yeah, this ain't shit. What people think is a big deal, this ain't no big deal.
You've got mail.
Allie Carter. Y'all remember Allie Carter? Allie Carter said, be careful when the new stuff is breaking. There's going to be all these fires, distractions. Y'all remember that? You remember that? And now we got this fire in California. Funny area. Thank you, Allie Carter, for that memory.
Never, ever, ever seen anything like this. I've been living here for 6 years. There's so much smoke that it is blocking the sun.
The city of angels right now. Look out. Look at that. The sun. And Allie Carter. I have to bring up Allie Carter said, distractions are coming in fire. Stop. Take a rest. I've spoken. Rest. Have a rest. Distractions. Trump about the end. What is going on? Am I the only one that's saying this?
LeBron's about to get locked up, homie. Telling you right now. Because ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Someone called
They about to lock that nigga up.
or flying down through the fire and smoke in California.
Yeah, that was fun.
You can clearly see it. It goes, whoop, look like Goku flying on the clouds. A lot of talk's been going around about this fire and what started, and nobody got answers. But like I said, this thing was caught on live TV, and multiple people said they seen it in real life. So my question is, what is it? Y'all tell me what this is. Look, look, look. See that shit? Look like Goku flying through the sky. I seen the slowest comment ever. Talk about, oh, that's just a plane trying to fight the fire. What plane do y'all know that goes that close to the fire and can do an angle like this through the fire like that low to the floor? I'll wait. Look, they did. Chelsea Clinton.
This shit look like a dimensional of Harry Potter. The only difference is the white. And Harry Potter, y'all know that he's black. He said the slowest comment. Hey, bro, I'm telling y'all, if y'all see me, go back after 24 hours or at least 48 hours and go back to a video that I've already put out and tell me, if y'all go back to the comment section and just check the comment section. Not when the video first come out. You gotta be like 24 to 48 hours, and you gonna see some of the most crazy shit. You gonna be like, hey, bro, I'm shocked you don't take more breaks than what you take. Like, I only took one. That was recently in December, and it had been like what, a year and a half. I hadn't took no breaks. So it's like, hey, I gotta pat myself on the back for that one, because sometimes that shit be working the mental, and you'll be like, bro, just go back and look. You're gonna be like, how do you tolerate some of this? How do you tolerate some of this shit? He ain't lying, bro. Sometimes you see some of the most craziest comments, but hey, I try not to let it. You know, I hold it and I let it go. As soon as I read it, I let it go. I don't even hold on. Fire like that water animal. Down to the breath. You are on Nico in the
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Lord Jesus, please come back and get rid of these people and just get us up out of here. We ready. Amen. I'm so serious. I'm ready to go. My mama dead, my daddy dead. I had one heaven dream. I saw my mom, and I know my mom is good. I'm sticking it out for my mama. But I'm ready to go. I don't know about you, but I'm sick of these motherfuckers. They evil as hell. They don't get me started. The world is cooked. It's over with. Everything was cool while it lasted. It's time to go. It's time to go. And the evil ones got to get up out of here because they're doing too much. They're evil as hell. And that's my piece.
What do y'all think? I can't even believe this is a real place. And what's the actual why?
Has anyone else noticed that snow doesn't look like snow anymore? Check this out, y'all. That doesn't look like snow. It really does look like fire. What do y'all think? It's so weird.
Yeah, I see comments. Some y'all say that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong.
You guys need to see the aftermath situation. We are saying that this place is like the talk of nuclear war, that has been in the air. Yes, y'all. Palisades look like that. This is crazy. Palisades. You guys, this is crazy. Ain't no way.
Yet the true scope of the devastation. It's one thing to hear 1,000 structures destroyed. It's another thing to see it and to think about each one of these homes. And we're just talking about the Palisades fire. Obviously, many more homes also destroyed in the Eaton fire in Altadena, but this is Pacific Palisades.
So he's taking us on a ride on Sunset Boulevard. Where a lot of your celebrities own. And here's a list of your favorite celebrities that reside in the Palisades, right? That have homes that are currently on fire or are in danger. Y'all check this out. Tom Hanks, Ben Affleck, Steven Spielberg, Reese Witherspoon, Michael Keaton, Travis Barker, Landon Barker, Alabama Barker, and Miles Teller. This is crazy, y'all. So all these insurance companies pulled out all these celebrities. I mean, they got the money, right? They got the money. Because they said all the houses are gone, y'all. Level. Like they told y'all. Like it's like a wrecking ball.
Into the Pacific Palisades and saw the incredible level of damage there. In the neighborhood where we started out, sort of 40 to 50% of the homes were burned. But as you go down Sunset Boulevard towards the village, every single home on the north side of Sunset is gone. Every single one. There's not a single one that's left standing.
Remember I be telling y'all to let's get this shit? Yeah. This is the shift in power, man. I told you.
You've got mail.
You guys gotta go check out this movie called Their Rise on Fall. What's happening in our society. Exactly. You guys see this far? Y'all see that, right? Y'all know what just happened in the world? Yeah. And then not to mention, y'all see these, right? Y'all see these? What they call it, the Dior bags? Y'all see them, right? Yeah, I'm telling y'all. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. Let's continue to get this shit. Peace out.
I'm gonna check that movie out. Stand up and do something. But also, if you talk about, I'm not gonna let this wrong. See, that's choice. You need a question. Constructed or built or designed that bathroom. Layout is that's like that one. But that's what you I don't even remember where she said I was from. She said stamina. I was too busy paying attention to what she I was too busy paying attention to the damn bathroom. Listening to where we at. Yeah, stamina was on her that were known for being here. I don't care about that.
Well, I need to take bipolar medicine. I took a half of a clonidine, but I can't take a full one, even though I take it for I thought I had PTSD, but I have APTSD. And then night terrors and panic attacks. But I can't take a full one because the shit will knock me out. It's like a fucking elephant tranquilizer. But since I don't have my Concerta, I've kind of been using the clonidine to try to calm my nerves a little bit. Where the hell's my medicine? Oh. So there you go. So she was a baby. Talking about my girl. Harley girl. What's up, mommy? There's not many orange kitties at us, really. Oops, hold on, I gotta scoop this down. Watch your head. What's up? What you smelling, baby? Huh? What you smelling? You smell ammo? What is it, baby? You smell daddy's pants? Look. You smell daddy's pants? You don't know? Okay. Baby girl. Look, girl. Take a gabble from the daddy knows first. Baby girl. My grandma is petrified of animals. It's hilarious. She thinks that they're gonna get her. But my granny's 77. She come from a whole different time period. So I understand it. It's funny as hell. Take a muscle relaxer too for my bed. Oh, where's my metro? So I'll take a half of a hydrocodone. I want to have a couple of Angry Orchards and a Fireball. The little tiny, that dollar shot of Fireball. Angry Orchard and Fireball goes good together.
his Instagram and said this. Y'all can see what he said. So I'm not crazy, right? And remember, he's in a Los Angeles area.
Daddy and Bella? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, mommy.
Yes, y'all. We must all do that. DDG even chimes in. Listen to this, y'all.
I'm just saying, it's just a little weird that it's happening in so many different rich areas. And I know it's people that's not rich that also got affected, but the areas that it's happening in, it should not be happening in. Like Pacific Palisades is right next to the ocean. Bro, these areas ain't supposed to be happening. You feel me? West Hollywood is out of control. This is the city. Literally don't make no logical sense to me. I'm like, bro, why is Hollywood? The Hollywood city is literally how?
Oh, not even happen. I heard it was radiation. The first thing I'm going to say is rest in peace to all the people that lost their lives, houses, and belongings during this California fire. What is Hollywood? Y'all need to know what Hollywood is. It's an actual tree. This tree was used to make magic wands, spells, rituals. They did all types of witchcraft, magic, and sorcery with Hollywood. So when you start to get deeper and look at magic wands, and you see all the Hollywood movies that they use magic and sorcery in, it will lead you to this person right here named Merlin. This character has been shown in a lot of Hollywood movies. In Transformers The Last Night, How to Train a Dragon was based off of Merlin's dragon. Y'all don't know the story of Merlin. He was a wizard. His story is much like Jesus, but instead of God impregnating Mary, a demon impregnated his mother. Merlin was created to go against Christ. And because it was a magical demon, Merlin now has powers of a wizard. So now a lot of truth rituals trying to get in contact with Merlin. Merlin is their ancestral movement to knowledge, wisdom, and power of the spiritual world. See all that to say, I think California.
Hey, let's go.
As you know, fire is a natural cleansing tool. For them doing too much rituals and low vibrational activity. Did you know the earth has chakras? If the root chakra on earth is located in California, and that energy is being harnessed for a lot of evil intentions. Also think the fires are ancestral because as we know, California was named after Queen California. She was a rich black African. Yup. I came to the realization that we cook. We cook. We might as well go ahead and wrap this shit up. We might as well go ahead and wrap this world up. Earth is definitely earthing. They got a full-blown blizzard in Dallas, Texas. You cannot make this shit up. And then on the other hand, we got this. Like I said, Earth is definitely earthing. Right now, it's like we on track for a record-breaking year. It look like we finna see shit that we never seen before. If you live in a Dallas area, have y'all ever witnessed snow like this before? So we had the drone incident before January. Then we had the fog. Then we had the California fire. And
Who
now
made the
we
fog
got
is with Jamie and
Dallas,
Curtis
Texas.
back in the day.
Okay. It's a tight East Coast station.
Oh hell no! That ghost took her thing. Like still sitting on there. You ain't making no damn frappuccino, whatever the hell. I see you, baby girl. I see you, daddy watching. Your favorite activity. Okay. See, bro, where's your? That's why you need a firearm, bro. That dog almost ate your baby. The dingo ate the baby. Trying to beat a big old dog with your pro. If you don't get that thing out and deal with that dog, I'm sorry. But you ain't hurting my daughter. Ain't no dog gonna eat Harley. Hell no. I got a bullet with his name on it. And 16 more to add to it if you want to add Fugazi. It's crazy as hell. Oh, the volcano erupted. Harley Quinn. It's the end of the world, baby. I know you don't really understand that, but it's okay. I just want you to know everything's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, baby girl. Cause you got daddy. Oh, damn. Why the hell are you recording a volcano eruption, shorty? Those fumes are gonna kill you. It's toxic. Don't you know that?
Now, I'm not sure if that's something I'm not going up that high. I'm not going to hang on that. That's dirt. All it takes is damn dirt to give, and you going down, tumbling, bro, and you can't stop it. The momentum is tumbling. Well, do that, bro. You ain't coming back up. Let me know if that's the reason. But, hey.
I don't know you ain't coming back up.
I'm going to take you one little tell me if I'm the only one who's doing that. Okay. And in this multiverse, there is no such thing as life or death. This is a true esoteric secret about the multiverse, which is composed of 12 universes, 9 total with 3 others. In the multiverse, there is no life. There is no death. There is no time. There is no age.
I like this guy, but if there's no death, then why are people dead? Why don't people not die? And why don't they come back? Sorry, bro, but you're tripping.
That materialize based upon
You're tripping.
which possibility the spirit elects to pursue. This is secret, true esoteric secret of the multiverse. Just possibilities. And you select the possibilities.
We selected possibilities, so now we're just in the game. Okay, so we're gonna customize a life and an afterlife. Alright. Why don't somebody customize a bank account then, if that's the case? This ain't The Sims, dog. It's real life, homie. Misleading people. Niggas get on TikTok and want to say some crazy shit, like there ain't no life and death. Like, what? Then why niggas dead then, bro? That made no sense.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
to school.
everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
Getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why is there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
It's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do? To fill the hydrants. I would fill them up personally, you know that. I would fill up the hydrants myself. But would you do that?
Do whatever I can.
But you're not! I see you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I'm going to make a call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like to
safe.
make sure can I have an opportunity to at least tell people what you're doing, what you're saying you're doing? Does somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact?
Did he go about it in an asshole way to y'all? Like, did he have like a little smirk, like a little arrogance about himself? Did y'all feel that coming from him, his energy wise, or was that just me? She said it can't be like this next time. He said pretty much like it can't be like that this the next time. You know why? Because they're not gonna let that shit happen to a smart city. That's why. That's why. So when he's saying he's being truthful as shit, bro. He's being truthful. And I just didn't like the energy, the little smirk on his face. And that could have just been me, but y'all let me know if I was reaching. Spam up if y'all in California and y'all like this man, spam up why.
You've got mail.
You not, and if you are in California and you don't like him, spam up why. If you agree with his antics or what choices he's made, spam up, man. I'm curious. Even if you're familiar with him or familiar with just who the governor is, or even if you're not in California and you familiar with him, spam that up as well. I want to hear y'all perspective on him. Let me know.
Yeah, I've been taking care of this field for 20 years. There we go. And for 20 years, I've asked myself the same question. Why do the field goalposts look like 2 crispy golden fries?
You've been thinking about that for 20 years?
No, my son-in-law thinks the game was invented to sell food. And he's a doctor. He's not a good doctor.
Bernard, come on. Nobody's using goalposts to make you hungry for French fries. Buy one, get one from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats.
Am I not petting you enough, man?
This man is trying to wake y'all up. Listen.
Don't you see the dollar bill says that God we trust? I want to tell you something. The dollar bill also sends you water. It says water out in chaos. So if I feel like this, I'm crazy or fucked out, right? But I'm going to tell you, when y'all see when it's in the fan, y'all going to see how real it is. If you look at your celebrities like Drake, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, most of our actors and entertainers, why they tell us they sold to Satan? I'm going to tell you something. They see the God of Satan, ladies and gentlemen. But let me see you work this dollar bill real quick. I want you to pay attention. The cashless society is coming. The dollar bill is about to explode. That's why we paying on here, paying with our cards, paying with our phones, because we come into a cashless society. Look this up on your own. It's called RFID technology. They already have it in China. They already have it in Europe, where people are paying with chips in their hand. So I want to say this to the people in America. While you being overly entertained, while y'all think that I'm fucked out, I want to tell you, some of y'all going to be chipped as well.
You notice as he talking, you see the woman behind him just on her phone. Now he said people would getting chips in their hand.
I ain't
Some
taking
y'all in
no
the comments
shit.
said that
I ain't taking
they gonna
shit.
put chips in their hand. I think that as well, but that don't mean that was
Hey,
the
Harley,
first
we gonna
chip.
be out there. We'll work for tuna.
You know what I mean? That don't mean that was the first chip because they put it in your hand now. You don't see the chip on your damn
On your
debit card, credit
Yeah,
card.
exactly.
You don't see that. You don't see the chip. You don't see the chip in your phone, but there is a chip in the phone that has all your information.
Yeah.
If you were trying to get somebody to put a chip in they self, would you, the first time you give them the chip, would you make sure and be like, oh, you gotta put it in your hand though? Would that be the first time you gave it to him, or would you give it to him in other forms first? To ease them up, to have to. When you're trying to put somebody in a position of where you controlling them, you have to put them. You have to put a man or put a person in the corner. But you gotta do it subtly. You gotta do it to where they don't understand that's what they doing. If you was to give somebody a chip and be like, hey, it's gotta go in your hand, would that be the first time? Would you think that that's the first time that they chip this? Or you think they chipping us different times just to get more control, more control, more control, more control? Cashless society, right? Didn't we go from cash to cards, right? Most people use cards. Then now we got Apple Pay, tap, right? You don't even got to stick your card in there because they gave you a chip that can sit on top that it reads. Ain't no cash being moved at all. We don't physically. We seeing it through a chip. The phone came before the chip came on the card. Then it was the card. Then it was the chips on the card. Why wouldn't they push the envelope and be like, hey, bro, put it in your hand now? The time they chipped us was not when they gonna put it in our hand first. That's not the first time. That's just the next time. That's just the next time, man. Damn, bro. Hey, but everybody free to disagree. If you disagree, that's cool. I see it another way. We can still be homies. We can still be family. We can still be cool. That's all I'm gonna say.
How many people see what's happening right now in India, in China? This is predicted. Before I go deep into this video, I want people to understand that we all are supposed to live forever. When they made us wear these masks, they cut our breath off from the universe. Inhale, exhale. When I breathe in, I am catching your breath. When I breathe out, you are catching my breath. We are all connected. But when we wear these masks, it cut us off from the universe. I made a video a few days ago speaking about the 4 elements and how Asians actually represents the oxygen or the breath of life. This is the reason why there are so many respiratory illness coming out of China. If you look at the word respiratory, you can kind of see the word spirit because the breath of life is in our lungs. The people that control this world, they are trying to destroy nature. The rainforests and the jungles represents the lungs of this planet. Why do you think there's so much pollution everywhere? Think about it. We have to breathe that shit in. Just remember this. 2025 is the year of the snake. If you go back and do research, every time we go into the year of the snake, something bad happens to all of us. When these people locked us down in 2019 and 2020, they did something so demonic because once we wore these masks, the universe had a hard time identifying who we were. Plus, they made us stand 6 feet apart, and when we die, we get buried 6 feet underground. So they're trying.
Damn, I want to finish.
So California is on fire yet again, and my main question here is, why does California catch fire every single year? What exactly are they doing for California to catch fire every single year? What's the agenda? That's my only thing I'm questioning, because I made a video speaking on California forest fires back in 2020, and I keep on recalling myself saying the same damn thing every single year because every year I make a video on this to spread awareness. Why does this happen every single year? What is their motive with this? What the going on? And it seems like every year the fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I did hear that it's kind of like normal there, but it can't be this normal where it's literally happening every single year and it's only getting bigger each year. If y'all can come in the comments, if we can all go in the comments and try to formulate an idea as to why they are doing this, because I genuinely want to know, because I keep on repeating myself every year saying that California is on fire yet again. Let's all band together in the comments and formulate an idea as to why we think this is happening every single year, because it can't be a coincidence. Comment.
To my California people, anybody in Northern California, man, y'all remember in 2018, 19, I think it was 2019. Y'all remember when, was it in Paradise, caught on fire? Parts of the Bay Area, and it caught on fire real bad. Y'all remember how bad the skies was, where it was like black, and all you could smell like smoke? And do y'all remember the ash that was leaving there and was landing on our cars out here in the sack? Do y'all remember that? And then look how it looks in LA right now. Do y'all remember that? Tell me if y'all remember. I know I remember it. And it is kind of, like I said, it is normal. It is normal in California. We expect it every year. It comes on our news every year. We prepare for high winds, and it's been dry, and then they be like, fire warnings. Be prepared, or be worried, or be on the lookout. It's always like that out here. But it's like this year, since it hit Hollywood, since it hit the Palisades, that's why it seems way more bigger than what it is. I really believe that, but that's why it's causing the attention that it's bringing. Because we get this type of fire all the time, but it was a little bit off because it's not supposed to happen there, which gives us the indication that it was man-made. Most of these fires are for like be man-made. The small ones that ain't man-made, they get put out in enough time. They hit the farms. Y'all know what I mean by farms. You don't know, California be growing a lot of greenery out here. So, y'all remember the time when they hit the farms? They hit Hollywood and the Palisades. And when they did it in Paradise, they was building the light rail station, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they blamed SMUD or PG&E for that. I think they did. I think they said that was the reason why, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But I feel like this time around, it's because of the location that it hit. That's why it's so spread. That's why everybody hears about it so much. Because of the people's homes who got messed up, a lot of them were celebrities. You know what I mean? But when it hit Paradise or regular person's home, that ain't going to get that much publicity. You get what I mean? But, again, this one was big. It was big. It looks like it was man-made, though. That's all I'm saying. But it's normal out here. I appreciate it if you stuck all the way through. Please like, comment, subscribe. Hit that bell so you always notified whenever we drop this upload. Y'all know we coming with about 4 videos every smooth 7. And this is for entertainment purposes as well. If you like it, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Helps Collective grow. Helps Collective bigger. Helps more people who like this type of content. Tap in with this content. But I'm going to let y'all up out of here. I appreciate y'all having subbed up. It's all love. I wish you a smooth 7 as well. Until I see y'all in the next one, y'all know what it is. We go.
Joe Rogan, thank you. What's up, my brother? Always good to see you. Good to be here. You escaped from LA for the massive strike. Yeah, well, there was it didn't affect flights as much as I thought, but it was 11,000 city workers decided to strike. And a lot of those are, but air traffic controllers are federal. But the baggage claims all screwed up. They canceled a bunch of stuff. Welcome, everyone.
The Bible says that the reason we're not making more of an impact on the world, why we're not shining as light, is because we haven't taken seriously.
Welcome, everyone, to the Hurting Humanity channel. There's a new movie out called Homestead, and thanks to all of you, I've become aware of the movie and aware of the plot of that movie, and it's worth covering since I've covered many of the predictive programming films that show Los Angeles on fire, that show Los Angeles either getting hit with a nuclear bomb or a natural disaster, but the destruction of Los Angeles is the clear theme. And this movie Homestead has multiple narratives that people out there should know about because there's tons of predictive programming, not just in the fact
Something has
that
spooked
they show
one of
you
the
ahead of time
Brutusos,
that Los
sending it
Angeles will
into a
burn,
panic.
but
This
also
chaos
remember
is the last
that they
thing
use
the city
predictive
needs.
programming
Help the
to
medkits
train
by
people
rescuing the cargo
subconsciously
before
on
it is
how to
stopped.
behave if put in a similar situation. The Purge movies, for example, are training people on how to behave during a blackout
Give
or
my
some
regards
type
to
of
the
an
throne.
emergency is declared, where people will run amok in the streets and purge, so to speak. They're training them to behave that way. Well, there's a common theme in this movie that we saw in Leave the World Behind, which I'll get into after I show you the trailer, that trains people out there to go after the real enemy in the event of a national crisis. That's, of course, the homesteaders, the people out there who have prepared and been preparing for some type of pre-planned event to occur that the government will blame on a boogeyman, whether it's Russia or China or the climate. People out there like me and you who have prepared by storing food, having ample amount of water supply. They're training people out there in the event of a catastrophe to look for people like us and to be angry at people like us and to demand that we give them the supplies that we have smartly saved and stored and warned people about over the years. And keep in mind, the people out there who will be coming to our doors when things like this occur are the same people who have been trying to silence us over the years, are going to be the same people who have called us crazy, loony conspiracy theorists. And even while all these events are going down, they will still believe the narrative that the mainstream media and the government gives them, even though we've warned them ahead of time that these events will occur. This is why they will occur. They'll believe the mainstream narrative because they've been trained to believe the mainstream narrative, even if we tell them ahead of time. The predictive programming that's ingrained in them will tell them otherwise. So the plot of this movie, Homestead, is a nuclear bomb is detonated in Los Angeles, and the nation devolves into unprecedented chaos. Ex-Green Beret Jeff Erickson and his family escape to the
Got blood on my damn wild shirt.
eccentric prepper's fortress nestled in the mountains. As violent threats and apocalyptic conditions creep toward their borders, the residents of the homestead are left to wonder, how long can a group of people resist both the dangers of human nature and the bloodshed at their doorstep? And this is another movie you can add to the list where we see Los Angeles up in flames. Like I've said in previous videos, the predictive programming for Los Angeles has been going on for decades, and so has the predictive programming for a destruction of New York City via some type of quote-unquote apocalyptic event that is predetermined.
Oh, I was picking in my nose. Okay.
Creating movies since 1933,
okay,
showing New York City underwater, under attack, under martial law. So I just covered Demolition Man and San Angeles. Remember the plot of that film, showing the futuristic Los Angeles renamed to San Angeles, the complete smart city utopia that they're trying to create. Terminator 2, you might remember the setting of that film in Los Angeles, and
one
it
of the
ends,
greatest
of course,
movies.
with an apocalypse occurring, a nuclear apocalypse in Los Angeles that looks a lot like the nuclear apocalypse you're about to see in the trailer for this movie, right? But nobody told the people who made Homestead, hey, you know, Terminator 2 is one of the most famous movies ever. It ends with a nuclear apocalypse in Los Angeles, so we pick another city. How about Escape from LA? Should we pick another city? Huh? Escape from LA. Same exact type of scenario, right? In 2013, the president is exiling all citizens who don't conform to his hyper-conservative views to Los Angeles, right? That sound familiar? The poster's got Kurt Russell on it, and it says Snake is back with one-eyed symbolism. That plot about a hyper-conservative president who will ship people to pretty much exile Los Angeles because Los Angeles becomes depleted and looks like it's been nuked, right? Kind of like it looks now with the Snake going back in office. Because remember Donald Trump and his
the smart city, like Demolition Man. Let me tell him right quick. My nigga.
Like 10.0 earthquake.
See, this is what the benefit of being a movie person is. I know all of this shit like the back of my hand.
Los Angeles, even people like the weed
making songs about escaping from LA. So here is the trailer for this movie, Homestead. Keep in mind not only the destruction of Los Angeles, but like I mentioned, the specific training, because this is how MK Ultra works. They're training people out there how to behave in events like this. They're telling them without telling them flat out. Look for people who are homesteading. Look for people who are preppers. What they have should belong to you too, even though it shouldn't, because those people should have listened to the warnings. They should pay attention to what the news is actually telling them and showing them. And they should be preparing themselves for a quote-unquote apocalyptic event that the government has planned for all of us. So here is the trailer for this movie that is currently out in theaters.
America's just been attacked.
This is the story of how it began.
Los Angeles has been struck by a bomb.
It might be nuclear.
After today, our lives will never be the same.
We have widespread panic.
Hey,
Ready? Who's supposed to go?
The city's on fire.
There's a guy, been planning for the big one.
Welcome to Homestead. Your guys have to learn how to farm.
Grow our food. We raise our animals.
This might be the most prepared location in the Rockies. Everyone's going in.
1997.
And we're starting to I wish we could help what we can. We can't anymore.
Oh, Cameron Diaz. And that's not the real Jamie Foxx. They got my boy. Well, he ain't my boy. Oh, 93. Damn, I saw that joint when I was 4. I'm a G, nigga. Let's go. I'm an old soul.
So yes, we see that same, almost identical picture at the beginning of that trailer of Los Angeles up in smoke, right? So again, they choose Los Angeles. And then of course you see this scene where people are showing up at the gates, wanting in, feel like they need to be let in. Look, I've got kids. How can you lock me out, right? This is how people are going to be trained subliminally into coming for people like us. We're going to be looked at as the enemy, not the true enemy, who is your controlled government who are working together to sabotage our lives. We're going to be looked at as the enemy because we save things, because we have food. And we're not sharing food willingly. You're not sharing any antibiotics or whatever you might have that somebody might need in case they get sick. How dare you do that? And that goes back to Leave the World Behind. One of the themes that people didn't notice in that film, and my entire breakdown on Leave the World Behind is on my website. It's about a 45-minute video. I have a couple of it.
Looking for a new car? Just can't find that perfect one? Go to OxmoreAutoGroup.com.
Where's Terminator? That's got to be in the top 20 all time. Don't disrespect me. Don't. Oh, you sons of bitches. There ain't no way, bro. Hell no. Saber Private Ryan, 24. Respect. Number 28. Y'all niggas is disrespectful as hell. Come on, G. Y'all have this above a new. Y'all got the New Hope 29, bro. 7. Goodfellas. I've seen Goodfellas thousands of times. The Matrix should be in the top. Actually, no, it shouldn't be in the top 10. I agree with a lot of this. Pulp Fiction definitely top 10. Fellowship of the Ring. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I just like to look at it every now and then. My bad, I feel bad. I didn't see those people in the chat in there. Somebody donated $50. I can get to my doctor's appointment. Let me see how much it is to get there. I'm gonna... I'll do that. before I get on my YouTube Premium, so my free trial of it
You've got mail.
expired. It's not gonna deal with these fucking ads. You're never gonna meet anybody in the world that's ever hated ads more than me. It's about to trigger my damn bipolar, bro. On my mama. On my mama. For fuck's sake. I gotta charge my controller too.
That movie, predictive programming is off the charts. Everybody saw most of the trailers. Everybody saw Barry Sortoro, Barack Obama's production company produced it. Of course, it's all right in front of your face. And one of the things I point out that a lot of people didn't notice is that Kevin Bacon's character was portrayed as the conspiracy theorist. They even had it with the prepper food in the back of his car, where, 5 Patriots or 4 Patriots or 5 Patriots supply, had it literally in the trunk of his car, and then of course, when everything hits the fan, so to speak, they show up at his house. People show up eating things, thinking that it's his responsibility to give things that he stored to these people because they don't know what's going on. It's not fair that they were so dumb and they were just enjoying the world and pretending like the things we were all saying was fear-born and crazy and conspiracy.
Fear. Actually, I can't say that word. The nigga almost came out, almost said something I wasn't supposed to say on here. I ain't never heard nobody say that before.
Microwave weapons that call radiation, heat out, sound, medicine, and some more. Yeah, anyways, this has to do with what you're having about. Chat away, you gotta read the papers deeper than page 1. And knowing how primes work for these kind of situations, you might have some medicine that you know, yada. Friends, that's the old blood George. You're not thinking clearly. When the world doesn't make any sense, I can still do what's rational, which is protect my own. You do, it's your business. Now, if you have some medicine that can help you, you can pay $1,000. Cash might not mean much of government funds. Well, the whole network's down. There's no Venmo or Apple Pay. I mean, cash might be the only thing that means something. I suggest you try your neighbors, the Thorns. They get a basement conversion on the down low in the state bunker. Come on, Danny, you can't desert us like this. Haven't you been picking up on what's going on out there? We've all been deserted. You don't come in your vehicle and drive it right now. All the roads are blocked. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go right now. I can get down myself. Look at my GPS. I'm a useless man. I am begging you. Please help my son. There ain't a lot of enemies around the world. Maybe all this means is a few of them teamed up.
That is becoming one of the new predictive programming models that we're seeing in these apocalyptic films. The people who are preppers, who are homesteading, who are survivalists, who are prepared for what is coming, are somewhat put in these films as antagonists. Protagonist is the hero. Antagonist is the villain. You look at these movies and you say, well, who's the antagonist? The antagonist should be the people in Homestead, should be the people responsible for the nuclear bomb, right?
Let me put my... No, I'm not logged into YouTube. No, I am logged into YouTube on there. So I go to doc. Where's the YouTube doc at?
Actually do that. The antagonist becomes the homesteader instead of the real person responsible for committing.
Oh, I don't have my main doc is not YouTube. My main doc is... Oh, Twitch is my main encoder. Okay, I see.
Right? What do you think? Oh yeah, Korea is flying planes over North America because the grid is shut down and the military is not responding because everything got hit with a electromagnetic pulse. So they're flying planes and they're dropping pamphlets. Right? Of course, that's all propaganda because your own government will be responsible for when the grid goes off. Just like your own government is responsible for these fires starting. And most people out there know this. The problem is that the thing that they're thinking is that it's happening because of stupidity. That's what they've trained people of specifically over the last 4 years. Everything Joe Biden did, everything his cabinet did, for putting in these people, you know, remember the military guy?
You know, I'm just gonna learn
First thing
that.
the
Fuck it.
trans-military people, right? I mean, everybody looks
It's
at
a
it like
faster speed.
it's mind-boggling, right? And they put
And
them in
there's
there
not
because
any
they're trans. You're not
available.
allowed to make jokes. You're not allowed to question. These people are credible, being in these positions of power. They put a guy, they're showing us a guy on TV who's wearing a dog mask, identifies as a dog, and dresses as a dog in his spare time. That's his fetish, right? This was all done deliberately so that they could get away with sabotaging the United States of America, because now the conservatives were getting put back in power, and everybody out there that's seeing LA burn are saying, well, this is happening because of these idiots, these folks. But if you knew that they were competent, and you knew that they were letting the matches themselves, nobody would look at political affiliation. They would look at government corruption, and of course would take this into their own hands and take these people out of power, like our Constitution says. Think about it. Think about the difference between somebody doing something on purpose versus doing it accidentally. There's a big difference. If you believe
there's no strength because it's
so dumb, and these Democrats are just so dumb that they don't know what they're doing, well, it makes you less likely to revolt. It makes you more likely to say, well, thank God Donald Trump's coming into power. You Trump and you
Oh, it's only like a half a, okay, a fraction.
One side was playing the role of lovely fool. The other side was playing the role of alpha male.
I have many wares.
Communist dictatorship. Well, it might think a little bit differently, right? But of course, this is done by design. So, Homestead, it's no coincidence that this came out pretty much at the same time
that doesn't have
as these fires. And the chosen city once again was Los Angeles. Everybody should keep an eye on New York City. We had an earthquake in New York City last year. There was an earthquake in Northern Jersey that hit New York. That was a pre-test run. There are tons of films. The same exact outcome as Los Angeles occurring in New York. What happened on the 11th day of September, that is nothing compared to what they invented to New York City. They're going to destroy it just like they're destroying Los Angeles on purpose. What you're seeing is why they use symbology like Phoenix rising from the ashes. The same thing you saw when I covered Notre Dame.
I guess I would have
How they replace a rooster on top of the Notre Dame Cathedral, literally with the Phoenix rising.
Well, spit it out.
Right.
You spit it out.
Get your
Don't talk to me like that.
The greasy eels leaving port.
Back better. I thank everybody for being here. I hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families, as always.
What's up, everybody? Jameson here with the Road Trip. In this video, I'm going to be comparing what I consider to be the top 3 kayak motors on the market. The Bixby K1, the Torpedo Travel Ultralight, and the Newport Intake 300.
I don't know nothing you just said, homie, but it sounds real. Cool.
Before we jump into this video, I've actually already filmed an independent review of each one of these motors, and I'm going to have that link down.
The Resistance is always in need of resources. You can aid us by locating mechanized chests across the island.
And the way I went about doing this was I put every motor on the exact same kayak, and I put them all through the exact same body of water, and even tried to replicate conditions. And I think it did a pretty good job. That way I have a good base.
Bro, you better not kill me. I'm gonna smack you in your face. Stay away from me. I wish a nigga would. Keep your ass over there. I'm doing some real shit right now.
I already had a 4-ball pattern on the back, so it's really easy for
Oh shit, take forever to spawn.
integrated into it, placed with the model, and it was just designed again around having some type of motor, whether it's a starter mount or even a valve mount. So it made it very easy for me to swap these motors out so that I could get accurate numbers. Starting out with the Bixby, it's a 450 watt motor, so it is the smallest motor that we tested. Newport 13.
You've got mail.
Equivalent, and the Torpedo Travel Ultralight is actually an 1100 watt motor, but also equivalent. The batteries also range. Bixby have to be their proprietary batteries. They have a couple of options. The one I tested is actually
Son of a mother.
watt-hour battery. It's going to give you
He's doing that shit.
Well, you can get the Angler Pro package, which comes with a bigger battery and 760 watt-hours if you want more range. So I can to make it any faster because it's still the same motor, but it does give you a lot more range, almost double than you would have in the one that I tested. Newport kind of stands alone out of the three because you can actually buy any battery brand that you want. They just simply recommend that as a minimum you have a 36 volt, 30 amp hour lithium battery. And I chose to use a Z-Pro. Z-Pro, a big shout out to them because they sent me this battery, this motor, and I really appreciate it. They have a great battery. I'm very impressed with it. They also have a larger version of this if you need more range. Newport as well offers their own battery that you can buy directly from them. You're going to be looking at somewhere around $700 to $1,000 for a good quality battery. So take that into consideration when you start talking about the price. But again, I tested this with a 30 amp hour battery.
I'm going to plug some for 250 in my
hours, so just under an hour.
That had to be an accident.
Now, Torpedo also has its own proprietary battery like Dixie. As of right now, when I film this video, there's
What baby is that?
option, and that's the 1080 watt-hour battery. There's a couple reasons.
Is it Harley?
Proprietary. One of the things that sets it apart from the other two is
Who
that
could it be?
GPS, and that's actually internal inside the battery housing. Also, the battery housing is sealed. The battery has some safety features that you don't get off-the-shelf battery where something happens internally and when the cell gets damaged or wants to catch on fire for some reason. The box itself is actually designed.
Brother, I knew ADHD. I need my damn conservative, bro. I thought I had that shit.
Technology going on in that battery.
That's what he said. Yeah, how can you think you thought you hit it? You know what? You're better, bro. You're better. Oh, let me pull up my YouTube chat on my phone.
When I talk about the weight, obviously the BNET is the smallest, but it's also a fraction of the weight of these other two motors. Weighs in around 10 pounds, or with the battery, 40 pounds with both. Now, the reason that I wanted to include the BNET in this comparison, even though it's really half the power, it's even a little bit less than half the power, in those two motors, is because it is very versatile. And I think it has a place in the market, and I want to get into that a bit more as we go through how we stack up. It's the lightest. So, something to consider. 10 pounds, 40 pounds. It's a lot of it. How fast are they? Are these twice as fast as a motor that's half their size? No, they're not. This Bixby will push even far, between 3.8 and 3.9 miles per hour, and that's with me and my tackle in the back. So, again, that's another thing that I try to do is test each one of these is the same. So I get that weight.
Oh, you only do it in the dragon, please. Oh, wait a second. Let me check right here.
By Bixby, how fast that was able to push that.
Oh, Shorty, where you at?
3 miles an hour. Like, 4 miles an hour. Now that was at the model, and I wouldn't worry do that at to jump in the speed of two big boys, I was about the same, between 6.6 I would say sustained 6.6, and 6.7 where I was at. Just a hair faster, which could be due to the different prop shape or the fact that there's 200 more watts. They were very, very close. I would say
maybe so.
1 of them off now, and it's around that. Now let's talk about price. One of the things that really separates, especially Newport,
There she is. Thank you, girlfriend. No. It's not what's supposed to happen. It's all good.
You've got mail.
Parts now?
What?
O'ReillyAuto.com can help.
The hand that is black. The black is different.
Whether you choose same-day in-store pickup, same-day home delivery, which is
Kinda
This
cute.
is the nation's
But she
conspired
ain't cute enough.
We are getting close to Davos 2025. The World
Why the
Economic
fuck does it look like the stopper? Cross Saber, Virgin, that's gonna be it.
That Donald Trump will be one of the attendees this year.
Damn, there ain't shit on this server. It's sale, for sale. And like, Saga. Wow, there's nothing on that server.
Something has spooked one of the Brutuses, sending it into a panic. Oh, this chaos is the last thing the city needs. Help the merchants by rescuing the cargo before you get stomped on.
This is really before you already takeover took place. And since then, of course, we see how this already bends Donald Trump and speaks as if Donald Trump is against the New World Order. You've obviously used mind control to convince people that Donald Trump is against the DC, when in fact he's in bed with the DC. He is the DC himself. Everybody out there gave him a free pass when we were there in 2018, and then what ended up happening right after 2018, we got into 2020, and everybody knows what happened from there. I'm sure they were plotting, talking about a potential outbreak that they had planned for decades during 2020. I'm sure they weren't talking about it in 2018 when Donald was in attendance, were they? Or talking about extra military protection for them too, and you know what he's about, of course, himself and the globalists, how our military is in place to protect them, of course, from us. They're not in place for these sides of world wars that they tell you are going to take place. They're there to protect the globalists, the corporations, the CEOs who are responsible for all of the horror that we see going on around us, burning cities, burning people's homes.
Oh, I changed it. Okay, I changed it on the... Alright, I see what I did. I changed it on my red. I have to fix that. Get over there.
You wish to speak? Very well.
I ain't gonna ask you to speak, shorty. I'm a grown-ass Carn. Who are you talking to? What's your name? Get reported, Moana. Sound like Moana. My mama. Your mama. Moama. Say some more shit. Say what's going on. Waiting for this shit all my life.
Even my general and my various other generals, we're making our military protection a little bit better for us too. So thank you very much. Does everybody understand that?
Physical, knowledge, and biological identities.
So, of course, yes, the father of the magic potion. Immediately, that's one of the big things that MAGA just tries to forget about, because they don't want to believe that their hero is in bed with the globalists. They'd rather get let off a cliff, thinking that their hero is on their side, than actually coming to the realization that both the left and the right are controlled. You see the crossover at these events like the World Economic Forum, where people like Donald Trump, and then John Kerry and Joe Biden are in attendance. You see the crossover at the United Nations when those same people are there along with actors like Leonardo DiCaprio. It is a massive coup that is being played on the people of the world. All of these guys are working hand in hand. And what will be different this time around, I'll tell you right now, is that number one, Klaus Schwab stepped down from being the face of the World Economic Forum. And of course, this is because too many people started getting aware of what was going on at these meetings by actually listening to the things they were talking about, changing what it means to be a human, the fourth industrial revolution, the great reset. People became aware. And in order to get people less suspicious and more on board, they need to start changing the face. So Klaus Schwab stepped aside, and that's just for the public to change the image of the World Economic Forum. He is still fully behind the scenes in charge. But here is your new president, Forgy Brendan, who looks exactly how you would expect he looks, because they all have this creepy plastic surgery, weird-looking vibe that they give off at the World Economic Forum. And the entire reason that Trump is likely attending this meeting, even though it's virtually, is that Donald Trump is likely going to put on a show. You may remember last year at the World Economic Forum, Javier Milei spoke to Davos. Of course, he played the role of being anti-Davos, sending a message, telling the people there that they are the problem, that anti-capitalists are the problem. Everybody applauded. Javier Milei, of course, is following the same exact script as Donald Trump. They're playing the same exact characters. They are literally carbon copies of each other. They pose the same. They speak the same. They, of course, mingle with the same crowd. We see this guy from Argentina showing up in America, meeting with Elon Musk, meeting with Donald Trump. So this is really damage control that you're seeing. Donald Trump is going to put on a show. It's very clear. You can expect when this occurs, when he meets with them, that he's going to say that he's anti the globalists there, that he's going to take America away from NATO. He's going to say we're not going to do this green energy scam. And all the MAGA crowd are all going to cheer and applaud and fall for it. That's the only reason that Donald Trump is going to show up at this Davos meeting, because they want to get that taste out of MAGA's mouth. They want to make sure that nobody out there who is a conservative, who is pro-MAGA, who is pro-Trump, ends up waking up to what's coming. And they have these little things in their mind, like Operation Warp Speed and Donald Trump meeting with Klaus Schwab, that are constant reminders that they hear from people like me and you, who talk about Trump being in bed with the deep state. So if Trump goes there, or goes on this virtual call and starts slamming all of them, those people will finally feel at ease. Kind of like they staged that entire phone call with Donald Trump and RFK, which I exposed months ago, where somehow RFK's private phone call got leaked by his son and put on Twitter and Instagram. And Donald Trump talked about how they forced that certain something that they were putting in people's bodies, that they were forcing you to take and forcing you to lose your jobs over. And Donald Trump wasn't really behind it, even though he was bragging about it for months and even a year after being in office. He was talking about proudly saying he was the father of that entire Operation Warp Speed. He was the father of the outcome of that Operation Warp Speed. He was the one responsible for getting you those things that people were injecting into their bodies. And they needed to spin control. So they did it with RFK, and they pretended like Trump wasn't in bed with them, and that he was opposed to the whole thing, even though he proudly bragged about it, and all those people gave him a free pass. They'll do the same thing today. Expect him to follow the Javier Milei blueprint. Expect him to bash globalism, to talk about America becoming free and getting back to using natural gas and oil and no interest in windmills and clean energy. And then the media will take it and run with it, and it'll make Trump look like more of a rebel against globalism, because they're going to not talk about the key issue that they're actually speaking about at Davos, that Donald Trump is going to implement in America. And it's amazing that the headlines out there going in.
Looking for a new car? Just can't find that perfect one? Go to OxmoreAutoGroup.com, where you can browse Kentucky One's largest selection and reserve your vehicle online. Not in stock and not on our 3-hour inventory list. We've got you covered there too. You avoid your perfect car just the way you want it, and have it delivered sooner than you might think. Come to the global market, new car dealership.
reason we're not making more of an impact on the world, why we're not shining His light, is because we haven't taken seriously the opportunity we have to take the things that God has given us and max them out for His glory and for our good. We're not just going to sit and wait for God to make us the people that He's called us to be. The Bible won't allow that. If you don't know that, there's hundreds of other scriptures I could bring to you that call us to put on the new life, take off the old life, walk in holiness. These are commands. These are not suggestions. So what is character? What will we look like if we develop this character in our life? People of strong character are usually people that are very disciplined. They have fortitude, integrity, ethical strength. These are attributes that will distinguish you from one another. These are the things that make you shine as a light in the darkness. You're a different kind of person. Character is an attitude that every young person, every middle-aged person, and every old person should have embedded in their minds. Character is returning extra change at the grocery store. Character is honoring your commitments and honoring your word. Character is choosing the harder right instead of the easier wrong. Character is setting priorities that honor God and family and country. Character in marriage is working through the tough times rather than throwing in the towel and looking for divorce. Character is being committed to the well-being of your family and friends, associates, and others, even if it's personally costly, and character is setting a good example. What kind of people do we need to be to live in this culture that is so messed up and hard to define, and we don't know where it's going, and it always ends up where we didn't think it would be? We are told that when the Holy Spirit completely controls the life of a believer, this is what it will look like. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. God's description of a man for all seasons. So in response to the question, what kind of people should there be at such a time in history as this, here is God's answer. He calls us to be people of love and joy and peace. He wants us to have endurance in our lives. He wants us to have compassion for those who need our help. We should be people of generosity. This is God's ideal person, and believe it or not, we can become like that. We were meant to be like that. Could I just say it this way? Christ died so that we could be that kind of a person. The Lord Jesus Christ said in John 10:10, I have come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly.
I know this.
Sounds like life beyond amazing. But there's some roadblocks that we need to get out of the way if we're going to get to the place we want to be. If there's a gap between the promise of what our Lord wants us to have and what we're experiencing, what is causing it? What is happening to us that this abundant life that Jesus died for so that we could have it seems to always be in the end of our fingers, but not quite in our grasp? And I'd like to suggest to you the three things that I've thought of in preparation for this that might help us understand this a little bit. First of all, I think for many of us, we misunderstand our salvation. Most Christians today view salvation strictly in the past tense. Salvation is something that has happened to us. It's history. Our salvation, according to many Christians, is a done thing. But the Bible doesn't view salvation like that, men and women. The Bible views salvation in three different tenses. The Bible views salvation like this. I have been saved. If I've trusted Jesus Christ as my Savior, as many of you have, you've become a Christian, then you can say of yourself, I have been saved. And you point to the day when you trusted Christ. But the Bible also teaches that once you're saved, you continue being saved. You're saved eternally, but it's true that once you have been saved, as you go forward in your life, you are being saved. And one day the Scripture says you're going to stand before the Lord and you're going to be just like Him, and the Bible says you will be ultimately saved. So here's the way that works. You are saved from your sin, from the very penalty of sin. During your lifetime as a Christian, you're gradually being saved from the power of sin over your life. And ultimately, one day, praise God, we're all going to be saved from the very presence of sin. There won't even be any sin. But please hear me. If you get stuck in the past tense, be the kind of person who can have a life beyond the basic. Because salvation is more than just I have been saved, it's I am being saved, and I ultimately will be saved. That's why Paul said to the Romans that now is our salvation nearer than when we believe. What was he talking about? Not past salvation, that was already done. Not present salvation, they were living that, the salvation of the future when you stand before the Lord and you are made like Him. Sometimes we miss what God wants for us in the Christian experience because we misapply the concept of works. And this is not hard, this is a little bit of theology, but hang with me, I'll put some stuff on the screen. It's really easy to grasp this. The New Testament is very clear about the fact that in our present tense salvation, we are not saved as the result of our effort. It's the result of the grace of God. I have noticed, however, that in many of the key passages where the doctrine of salvation apart from good works is found, the doctrine of salvation unto good works is also.
In the Davos, from places like Time Magazine, are what 2025 holds for the world. Davos, New Horizons. Because they're flat out telling you what's planned for you in 2025. What these people have planned for you. And the topic at this World Economic Forum meeting this year is collaboration in the intelligent age. The overall theme of the meeting, again, is collaboration in the intelligent age. Linked to this is the rapid technological advancements that hold both benefits and risks for society. AI, or artificial intelligence, and generative artificial intelligence, or Gen AI, obviously is front and center of our agenda. It is the super technology, if you will, that interacts with a lot of the other technologies. So in other words, they're going to be talking about moving forward with AI governance, because that is the overall theme of what they talk about in Davos.
Oh my gosh, that was like 10 bucks.
It is the fourth industrial revolution. It is
10 of them
structure
things.
and infrastructure of the New World Order. And again, don't forget what I discussed in regards to In Science We Trust, the Technocracy Incorporated, where society puts scientists in charge. You're starting to see the shift. There will be no politicians, business people, money, or income inequality. There will be all features of what technocracy calls the price system. And it would have to go. There would be no countries called Canada or the United States either, aka the North America Union. Just one giant continental landmass called the Technate, a techno-utopia run by engineers and other experts in their fields. This is what they're building out. And they're not necessarily hiding it from you. They're just feeding the information the other way. So in other words, they're not openly talking about this system being in place, but they are, by telling you that they plan on
You've got mail.
Doji, right, the Department of Government Efficiency that Elon Musk is going to run. They're talking about how that's
You've got mail.
These useless humans who waste our tax money, sit in office, do nothing, and are scandalous, right? All the stories we've heard about the scandals with all these people from Warren over to vaccines. It's all being done deliberately. So that when Elon Musk says we're going to clean this out, everybody out there cheers. And they say we're going to make it so you don't pay your tax and waste, you'll just waste. All this stuff about the national debt, you'll hear about it going down, even though you shouldn't care in the first place because it's all make-believe. All this stuff they're doing by design to tell you that they're bringing in AI governance without telling you. You're accepting these things that they're saying. Yeah, let's get rid of them, right? Without realizing the solution is AI governance. Without realizing that while everyone's been distracted about what they do at the World Economic Forum, that the theme, the main goal, the nucleus of the fourth industrial revolution is AI governance. So that is what they'll be discussing. So Donald Trump pretends that he's against both policies. He'll say all these things so that you remain distracted and don't focus in on what they're actually discussing. So Trump will take part virtually in the event. Forge Brende, the former Norwegian foreign minister who now heads the organization, noted that Trump had attended twice the unique gathering of business, government, and other leaders in person during his first term. On Thursday afternoon, he will join us digitally online. live in a dialogue with our participants. He said, we think this will be a very special moment, right? So setting it up almost like professional, right? Always going to be a big, great moment. We're all going to cheer and celebrate together. Trump's going to come out there and bash all these people that the majority of the world look at as globalist scumbags. Which again will make it look like while Trump is instilling the globalist world order, this new government structure,
You've
that he's
got
actually
mail.
opposed to it while he's installing it. That's the point. Grende said he didn't know whether or not Elon Musk will be in attendance. So we don't know if the Department of Government Efficiency's new face, Elon Musk, would attend, but said the forum expects additional high-level representation from the administration once confirmation processes for Trump's nominee get underway in the U.S. Senate is as early as Monday. So it's almost like the same topics every year, right? They don't talk about how they're really pushing forward with implementing Agenda 2030. They just tell you that they're talking about the climate, they're talking about artificial intelligence, they're talking about Ukraine and other wars that are happening, but there will be 900 business leaders along with 3,000 participants from over 130 countries. That's what everybody should be doing. Business leaders meeting with politicians, bringing about corporate global communism. And Donald Trump will play the role that he was born to play, that he's been playing. He plays the role of alpha male, nationalist, anti-globalist, same like Putin does. Putin pretends that he's all about Russia, that he's not a globalist either. They're mirrors of each other, right? Even though Putin's got a direct connection to Klaus Schwab and the young global
Bamboo HR is easy for everyone, especially HR. It saves them time and money by consolidating tools. Executives love how easy it is to access and build reports. IT loves how easy it is to implement. Admins love how easy it is to run payroll. It's easy for all employees, like them. And them. That's an animated rabbit, but sure, surprisingly, yes. Yep, all of them easy. Presumably, Bamboo HR really is easy for everyone. Yes, you can choose easier HR today with Bamboo HR.
Wow, 125 speed pieces. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, I'm gonna end up undercutting myself. It's alright. What? Oh, I forgot to undercut. Oh, those are the boots I was gonna wear. Maybe those are not bad. How long are these things edge? Jesus.
leaders program that's grown people like Justin Trudeau to all play these characters who are all following what they're told to do. They're bringing about global AI governance infrastructure. So you will get that out of the alt-right media as this event moves forward. You'll get some of the insane talking points that they'll discuss, which I'll cover on my channel as I do every year. I break down all the topics that they discuss. These are all things that we have planned for good. These are all things that are planned for us. They talk about it, of course, as if it's better for humanity, that we're moving in this direction for equality. All these words that make people think that what they're doing is our best interest. But this is the definition of nations conspiring. They're meeting together, conspiring against us. And actors like Donald Trump and like pretend to be opposed to it because they can't have you thinking that they're all on board. So while you look at Trump and you say, he's opposed to them, what's this guy talking about? He's crazy. Watch what he starts implementing with AI governance. Watch what Elon Musk starts bringing in to the United States of America. Because the AI governance is the blueprint that the World Economic Forum has created for global
Well, that's legit for 10 mil.
That is the global
Wow, I call it legit.
government. It is through artificial intelligence. So most people will
I really
watch
want
it.
to learn that, but I
They'll take
can't.
probably some of the funny lines. This is what Trump does. He gives you funny talking points. He says the right responses. He says things that make people look like fools. The MAGA crowd look at it like they're watching The Rock or something on professional wrestling. They laugh and they cheer it on without even understanding what these people are talking about in these meetings because they go, I don't care what they're talking about because we're not doing this. Trump is opposed to it. But meanwhile, everything they're talking about implementing, Donald Trump is bringing in to America. And they've been doing all of this acting with the Democrats playing the bumbling buffoons to convince MAGA and conservatives that we need less human beings in government. Because the solution is more technology in government, as in artificial intelligence government. So laws won't be in attendance this year, but the Donald will virtually. And I'm sure we'll get a little cameo from Elon Musk as well, unless, of course, they take Damien out of the too suspicious since the entire team is artificial intelligence. Maybe we'll have Musk talk about how it's dangerous. He talks about how it's dangerous, yet he tells you to bring a humanoid robot into your home. He tells you how it's dangerous, but he wants you to drive his EV vehicle, which can float every chance they can get. So I will keep everybody posted on the World
You've got mail.
2025, but Donald Trump will be in attendance. So stay tuned. I thank everyone for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families, as always.
I tried every agile.
You've got mail.
David stand up. Perfect. But attendees always forward.
It is Black. And I'm coming back with a video. Y'all already know what's going on. Alright, y'all. Now, today, we are gonna do another video with the WTS Hateforged, right? So, the first video was the Finders Part 1. The reason I say Part 1 is because all of this stuff is very related to each other. Definitely tied back to the video we are about to do now, considering this is one widespread CIA threat options in a way with all connected. Even when Ted Gunderson did a bunch of his talks, he brought up the Finders Code and the subject of state people, together in the same couple of sentences. So, I feel like it's all do another part more to the Finders on that. This video will be more focused on Franklin's cover up. Franklin is out of Nebraska, very sick, twisted story. If you haven't heard of it, what was it? He goes Terry Gunderson talked about a lot of stuff with BTS, you know, Child Protection Services, involved in WTS lockdown part of it. To kind of connect the story. So I didn't have a doubt in my mind about it, that I was part of this concept as well, right? You know, all of this stuff relates to this. So, yes, in this video, I'm going to do the Franklin cover up. Clips from Ted Gunderson. Also got an article from and we'll just take the time to get into the story without doing too much talking and throw. We'll go ahead and jump into the first clip of Ted Gunderson about the Franklin cover up. Y'all gonna find it.
And the next major case I'd like to mention is the Nebraska case. In 1988, I received a phone call from Lincoln, Nebraska. One of my college friends said, "Hey, you better get back here." There was a major investigation headed up by John DeCamp, former state senator, a friend of mine. And John had taken on the task of exposing a group of high-level politicians in the state of Nebraska and some of the top business. As a result of this case, kids who were part of the network came forward. There were 80 children because of the
You've got mail.
Pornographic arrests. 4 of them gave statements. 2 of the 4 later recanted. 2 stood by what they originally initially said. And what we developed there was that children were taken out of orphanages and foster homes, driven to Sioux City, Iowa, 184 miles away, and flown to Washington, D.C. for sexual abuse by Congressman and Senator. The person in charge of the funding, Larry King, a black man, not Larry King, and he was president of the Franklin Savings Loan, which was a savings loan established to help the minorities. He had a salary of $17,000 a year. He's paying $5,000 a month for a condominium in Washington, D.C. for these parties.
All right, y'all. Real quick, I won't make this too long. So he's going to mention a couple of characters. Now, this is one of the key characters that we're talking about. That's pretty place. His name is Lawrence D. King. Everyone now agrees had a remarkable back for stretching on the dollar on a salary of $16,200 a year. Credit manager drove a $70,000 life for savings. He still could afford to spend $10,000 a month on his needs. His credit card charges come on him. He owns a 4-story house on 26 acres overlooking the Missouri River. Had to $146,000 during a flagrant 13 months ago. In 87, the former McGovern Democrat learned to go east. He threw a $100,000 party for 1,000 close friends at the Republican National Convention. Well, there's no 4 years earlier, before singing the Star Spangled Banner at the Republican Convention in Texas, he hosted a similar bash time at Southport Ranch in Dallas, visiting Los Angeles. He preferred a 2-story suite at Beverly Wilshire Hotel, Washington, $5,000 a month to occupy the Logo, California Street, Texas, and his place with him. A federal jury this summer will decide whether King was not guilty of $30 million from the Franklin reinvestment credit and predominantly black Omaha. Last week, a county grand jury under the direction of the special prosecutor and sentenced allegations of intent to prosecute the exploitation of he taken it to some of Omaha's suspect.
As a result of the investigation, we learned also that there was an international child kidnapping ring operating out of the Midwest and all the way to Washington, D.C. Paul Benassi, one of the kids who I interviewed for 5 hours, I've got him on 5 hours of tape, by the way. I need to make that tape available to you, but I'm so busy, kind of like the arm paper hanger, that I just haven't had time to do it. But Paul Benassi, when he was 10, 11, 12 years old, was recruited by these people to be one of them and to act as a buffer in shopping centers, parks, public places, to attract the children of his age over near the car. The adults involved in the ring would grab them and they would kidnap them. The kids, of course, talked about the satanic ceremony. They talked about the kidnapping ring. Paul's life has been turned upside down because he refused to recant, as did Alicia Owens, the other person who refused to recant. Alicia's still serving time in prison for lying to the grand jury. She was convicted of that. So when she was 14 years old, she had sex with the chief of police, Bob Webb. That's what she said. And the other kid backed her up. Other top businessmen who were identified were Harold Anderson, publisher of the Omaha World Herald, the head of the society page, Eugene Mahoney, who was a former vice squad police officer in Omaha and is now head of the Forestry Service for the state of Nebraska. And the list goes on and on and on. The pedophile ring, homosexual pedophile ring, they were transporting these kids from Omaha to Des Moines, to Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Madison, Quebec. So, unfortunately, the investigator prior to my interview, Gary Territory, had learned about some pictures. And these pictures were the smoking gun of the kids. Pictures of politicians having sex with children. And
You've got mail.
Boys and girls and so forth.
Bamboo HR is easy for everyone, especially HR. It saves them time and money by consolidating tools. Executives love how easy it is to access and build reports. IT loves how easy it is to implement. Admins love how easy it is to run payroll. It's easy for all employees, like them and them. That's an animated rabbit, but sure, surprisingly, yes. Yep, all of them, easy. Presumably? Bamboo HR really is easy for everyone. Yes, even you. Choose easier HR today with Bamboo HR.
You've got mail.
The official photographer of the group is a fellow named Rusty Nelson. And Rusty was a farm boy from Nebraska. He'd never seen the bright lights of the city. And he was enamored with the famous and the jet airplanes. And
You've got mail.
The world, actually. And he was a professional photographer, and he started out by working in a gay club, taking pictures for the club. And he was recruited from there into the section. Rusty
You've got mail.
was not himself homosexual. I'm convinced of it. I've spent quite a bit of time with him. He, in connection with his work, would sneak a roll of film in on occasion when he was photographing these acts, because they were taking the quote official film away from him as soon as it was completed. Rusty sent these pictures back home, and he also scattered them around the United States, making these in photographs themselves. He was sold for sex by Larry King, to a businessman in Washington, D.C., and he said to the businessman, "We go in the bathroom and wash up," and instead of coming back out, he went out the back window and he disappeared.
Here's the interview I found. The guy that was being interviewed, his name is Nick Ryan. So the entire interview is text. So brief, right? Nick Ryan was investigative journalist, author that wrote the book, The Franklin Scandal. He goes on to give a little bit more of detail about what it is.
After launching my online store with Hostinger, my business grew overnight. AI built my site in 2 minutes. It's so neat.
Which is the most haunting deathbed confession you know of? Father thought he murdered a woman when he was a teenage little shit. I asked her name and he told me, and I looked it up on smartphone and found out that she was dead. But she had died in the September 11th attack, not when my father beat her up pretty badly in the 70s. It was a weird sense of relief that he didn't directly murder someone, but also acknowledged he was a woman beater who thought he had legitimately killed someone. It was weird, but the priest gave him last rites. I confirmed him and he didn't murder anybody.
Stop it.
He survived it just to die on September 11th. Go figure. No exoneration for my father. It was his worst sin he left untold till his deathbed. Like the best I can provide for that woman is her refusal to live with that in the back of his mind for the rest of his life. I hope her and her family knows the abuser was suffering and never forgot how it harmed her. My grandmother confessed to me that I'm adopted. What haunts me is that her dementia was so bad that she legitimately believed I didn't know. For context, I'm Korean, my sister's Mexican, and our parents are white. I spent the last few hours with her letting her act as if she were breaking it to me gently and promising I wouldn't be upset with my parents for not telling me, even though they had, and it was kind of hard to make. My grandpa disowned my aunt just 24 hours short of kicking the bucket. He cried and you could see how bad it felt, but as he called it, a last act of justice he should have done many decades ago. One of my aunts outed another one of my aunts as a lesbian in the 80s. The aunt lost her job, lost her friends.
Oh, you were smelling the blood, Harley. Good girl.
It was a 40,000 people town back then, and she moved to a larger urban center. If that was not enough, she done a myriad of other evil deeds along the years. I've never seen my grandpa cry, but he wanted to do it himself, not truffle will, as his last deed as a parent. The whole speech of a dying man delivering justice is something that haunts the whole family to this day, 10 years later. It was heavy. May I ask what Leanne's reaction was? She tried to fight it on court, but eventually lost and had to pay the legal fees of the rest of my aunts. As for the event itself, she just stood quiet and then proceeded to try and gaslight everybody about how he was senile and out of his mind. One of my uncles confessed to having 2 other children with another woman. He thought he was going to die from COVID, and I guess he felt he needed to come clean. He didn't die. That was back in 2020, and there's still a ridiculous amount of drama happening over potential inheritances and whatnot. Edit. Yes, it absolutely is hysterical he got a second chance to live after admitting to having a second family. No, my uncle is not a bad person as far as I know. We never interacted much because his English is bad and my Mandarin is atrocious.
Oh, God.
Well, there should be no dispute. Any money he gets to use whatever he wants. I don't think he can will away marital property, though. Maybe it's half of it. I'm pretty sure the drama is over the family trust. We're all beneficiaries, and so are our spouses and children, if we have them. I think the issue is where my son and cousins get in, if at all.
Here it comes.
All of it is just weird and discomforting.
Here comes $1 million gold right here, Harvey.
My father was a Vietnam vet.
Look
He died in a hospital. He'd been asleep for several days when he popped his head up and said, "I killed them all." Those were the last words he spoke. I'm not sure it was a confession as much as it was a memory. This was as in Nicaragua. My grandmother let us all know that she was a product of Britain. My great-grandmother was an indentured servant on a sugar cane plantation and was assaulted by its owner. A rich family that still owns a lot of land to this day. Our great-grandmother gained her freedom from the sugar cane plantation because of her pregnancy, and was even given hush money in the house. The house we were all standing in that night. My whole family now understood why our great-grandmother was the way she was. It all made sense. Made us all sad that she was never comfortable. How was she? What things made sense? My great-grandma was very closed off and not very affectionate. She was an incredibly hard-working woman that taught my grandma and my mother. Great life skills, but you can tell that there was just something about her. That was missing. We always thought it was a lost love. Now we know that it was just a horrible habit. My wife's grandmother called her husband over to her and said something along the lines of, "I've hated you for decades. You were a racist, controlling bastard." She died a few minutes later. He went down to the cafeteria and got lunch. This is one of the saddest for me. She spent her life with a man she despised. To what end? Perhaps she didn't have choices and options to leave. I sympathize, and I empathize. She was very religious and divorce was seen as a sin. She once told me a story where she was tapping her feet to a song and he told her to sit down and count the ceiling tiles. They were Baptist and dancing was a sin. My grandfather revealed that my mother was not his only child. In the 1950s, when his longtime best friend was unable to impregnate his wife, my grandfather spent a week in a remote cabin in the Ozarks having sex with this guy's wife in order to give them a child. He said they had sex over 20 times. Well, the week of sex worked and she got pregnant. The couple then moved out of state to start a new life as a family. To this day, it is their only child and she's not aware of her biological dad. The only communication my grandfather received from them afterward was a letter giving confirmation the child was born a healthy little girl. He never saw his friend again, but stated he often thought about that cabin in the woods. I am a soldier and done some things I don't speak of. My grandmother that raised me was coming in and out of levels of awareness. She looks me in the face and asked me how many people I had killed. I answered more than her. She replied that she only killed 2, so it wasn't that many. When I questioned her about this, I got the start of the story until she realized who she was talking to. What was the start of the story? I found out both the stories after she died. One was her stepfather who had beat one of her brothers to death. She shot him in the back of his head while he was beating on another one of her siblings. The other was a man that was trying to abuse her. She had kept the newspaper clippings all her whole life. She was in her 90s. Both took place when she was in her young teens, I think. My great-great-uncle admitted on his deathbed that he wasn't actually related to our family. He'd spent the last 40 years in the U.S. using one of our distant relative citizenship papers since they looked close enough that in the 1920s it was really all you needed. He didn't kill the real uncle or anything. The guy had just decided America wasn't for him and went home. This dude was like, "Hey, since you aren't wanting to go back, can I have your papers?" And that was that. Not haunting at all, but my family doesn't have very many deathbed confessions, so it's still technically the most haunting. How come no one noticed that their relative became a different person? As I understand it, the official connection, despite being described as uncle, was somewhat distant. Given the time period, the same name and having been from the same region was kind of good enough, particularly since as a new immigrant at the time, people tended to cluster together. As in, he didn't move in with the same immediate group or some such. But all this went down decades before I was born, so some details may have been lost in the retelling. There was an ongoing land dispute in the family, and my grandpa, just before dying, told me that the whole land is mine on his will. 8 years later, I still haven't tackled or talked about it yet. 8 years later and you haven't heard anything? That's not a good sign. I feel like you aren't in that will or you would have heard. You need to tackle this 7.5 years ago. No, he's gone. Rest in peace. The will gets validated via probate, and once it's granted, the land got formally transferred to me. Since I was the sole beneficiary, the process was less complicated. I have it. It's mine, but I never wanted anything. The moral thing my family thinks me too, I guess, is for me to distribute equally like my grandfather should have had. But I've never brought it up anywhere considering how brutal the fight was. Maybe I should or maybe not. Do it. Don't wait too long to regret it later. And maybe you can help bring pieces and gain favor in some people's eyes. My dad has asked me to forget about it until he's dead because his childhood home is there along with the farmland. Kind of in a hard spot, but I'm financially blessed anyway, so I don't think about it. I worked in a nursing home. An older lady had a mentally challenged son who was visiting. She had no other family. Her husband died years before. She would cry and tell the story of her second child. Her husband locked her in the outhouse where she was forced to give birth. Her husband didn't want a second child, seeing the first one was disabled. He forced her to drop the baby down the outhouse toilet. She died years ago. Let me guess, she hid her pregnancy from everybody? I actually don't know. She might have been the pregnancy. She might have told people she had a miscarriage. She lived somewhere north of Clara City, Minnesota, so pretty rural. You could go a while without seeing anyone. The outhouse likely doesn't exist anymore. Most outhouses have been filled in / taken down by now. We had an old one, but no one has used it in decades. I worked there in the early 2000s. She was in her late 90s then. She had the same last name as me, but it's a common name here. Reading these is crazy. All my grandpa said on his deathbed was, "Can someone turn off that smell after I open my breakfast burrito?" Poor guy. Getting crop dusted on his deathbed with breakfast burrito farts. The worst kind of farts. Terrible way to go out. Lol. Seriously. I felt terrible afterwards. Not anyone I know personally, but I think it may have been a snap judgment story or something. Basically, this man admitted that he was a pedo on his deathbed. He was actually very proud of himself because he never hurt a child but was very aware and scared that he could if he ever slipped. Basically, he never smoked, never drank, never did anything that might compromise his judgment. This man lived one of the strictest lives ever just so that he never hurt a child. Honestly, I never thought I would have so much respect for one. If I can find the story, I will share a link, but I'm just going off the top of my head for now. I worked in an old folks' home for over 8 years. We had one guy who died from complications of Parkinson's. He was placed on hospice and was inching closer to death, and he would scream in his sleep and while awake. He would yell / scream, begging, "Please forgive me. Tell your children, I'm sorry." One day, one of my coworkers said, "That's the bomb," in front of the patient, and my patient's face lost all color and asked if he'd ever heard from that.
You've got mail.
At the time, he didn't click what he was talking about, but I continued to listen. He talked about bombs and stuff he helped engineer and how he has been haunted his whole life. He never told his family about his involvement in the project because he was too overwhelmed with shame. He asked me if the melted children he sees, death visions, will ever forgive him. It was super rough. By any chance was this in New York? I saw this post on BuzzFeed and had a family member who fits this exact profile. Apologies for bringing up a difficult subject. This happened in California, but the patient was originally from the New York area. Not really, but my mom was raised in Kentucky where all the miners and coal operators were in conflict in the 1930s and on, and she told about some older man who had worked for the coal company and had presumably done some bad stuff on their behalf. Car bombs, shootings, I don't know. As he lay dying in the hospital years later, the coal company had someone sit in a room 24 hours to be sure he did not do any deathbed confessions. Creepy is how I always thought. But how does that prevent him from a deathbed confession? I mean, If he just blurts out what he knows, what are they going to do? Kill him? Not being an ass. Honest question. No idea. My mother didn't witness it. It's a community story. But I am guessing if it was so important for him to be quiet, it wouldn't be hard to imagine unplugging something or using a pillow. Friend that I knew when I was a child confessed as he was dying that he had used an assumed identity of a dead friend for his entire adult life. He was a Jewish child in Germany, and there was a program in the UK to accept 10,000 Jewish refugee children from Europe. He was slightly over the age to qualify, but a younger friend of his was murdered by the Nazis, and he took the opportunity to steal the identity of this other boy. He escaped to the UK and eventually moved to North America, started a family, and lived out his life. He never told anyone, including his wife who passed away long before he did, because he was afraid he would be deported back to Germany, even many decades later. As he was dying, he finally told his children. Crash to say, but that's badass. Hope he didn't feel guilty for stealing a friend's identity, because I'd be stoked if I could still help him money after getting murdered. Well, I can think of 2 reasons he might have felt guilty, besides his worry of being deported. First, he might have felt like he took someone else's spot when he was not supposed to be elegant. And it must also have taken its toll on him throughout his life to have lied about his identity to everyone he ever knew. Maybe at one point someone could learn to accept that and move past it, but to other people it could gnaw at them forever. In the 70s, there was an unsolved murder of a teenage girl in my hometown, and some beloved guy from the community allegedly confessed to the murder on his deathbed. It's just spooky to think that even the nicest people may be monsters. My mom had an uncle who we adored because he was so nice to us. After he passed, she told us he would beat his wife and kids until the day he no longer could, due to old age / his son being bigger than him. Really puts your last sentence into perspective. He was a gem of an old man, but a complete monster with power over others. My stepfather requested to see the 2 other families that nobody knew about on his deathbed. Boy, was that fun. My grandpa did this to our family, but we found out when we got a surprise phone call from a sister my dad didn't know he had. A couple weeks later, Grandpa just shows up unannounced. He hadn't been seen in the Northeast since my dad was a year old. He bailed right after my aunt was born and left Grandma with 2 babies under 2 in the 50s without so much as a letter. Turns out he did the same thing to the family with the new surprise sister. Bounced out on them when she was just a kid. There might even be a 4th family, in Korea. It's fun. Super fun. A woman confessed to her husband of almost 55 years and 3 kids. Out of those 2 are not there. Man, I can't imagine what the husband was feeling. Just take that shit to the grave at that point moment. The interesting part, both the kids she had from the other man had stark resemblance to their mom. So no one could have doubted that. The husband had a reputation of being a flirt, only a flirt, in gatherings, and the woman was considered this faithful wife who has kept this marriage alive. It was beyond scandalous. Not exactly deathbed, but very close to it. My wife's grandma handed her this book in her last days, and it was just a small little black book with gold edging. She just said, if you're lucky, it'll never happen to you. Grandma was very not there mentally and had no idea what was going on 99% of the time, and this was one of the only moments of clarity I had ever seen. My wife opened the book thinking it was some sort of insight into her life, or something like that. No, it was just an address book. Hundreds of names in it, 4 on each page. Each one crossed out and dead written next to them. She had nobody left other than 2 family members, who she barely remembered, and a neighbor who would check in on her once in a while, who she didn't really know who she was, but was so lonely she let her come inside and hang out. I have heard hospice nurses hear deathbed confessions about murdering people all the time. Very sad and disturbing. I know of one, where this lady was a resident and was going to be released to go back home after rehab at a nursing home. She just kept repeating no. He's just going to kill again, referring to her son who eventually did get convicted of a single murder and supposedly on her deathbed she claimed he killed dozens. I'm a nurse and I had a resident, who is now passed and whose details I won't mention because of HIPAA, who I believe may be responsible for a local cold case murder. This person had severe dementia during the time I knew them, and there's no solid evidence, so there's no point in pursuing it, but it is chilling. Might be worth reporting it to the police. They may have their name on record as a suspect, and this could let them close the case. From what I understand, the individual was a suspect during the investigation, but they had a dubious alibi, so they weren't strongly considered at the time. The victim was a family member, and in talking to the family, I actually believe that the family knows it was this person, but for whatever reason chose not to come forward. My uncle, who was the oldest, admitted he passed on going to university, so my other uncle and mother could. Only my father and me were told, and we keep it a secret still as we just don't want them to feel bad. He passed away a couple years ago, but it was very sudden and unpleasant. Sadly, this was made absolutely clear to both my parents. My stepfather was the eldest, and he was allowed to go to university. His sister was told she needed to go out to work. My mother's eldest brother was allowed to go to work. She was told to get a job as a bank clerk to help support the family, as was her sister and younger brother. My uncle and stepfather, to be fair to both of them, used their degrees wisely, and both became worldwide leaders in their respective fields and are both lifetime professor emeritus at two of the best universities in the world. My mother, on the other hand, studied later in life and also has a PhD and was ridiculously successful academically, being acknowledged by the UK royal family without trying to give away too much private information. I have a friend, B, who served a church mission in Mexico. One of his prospects, Oscar, was interested but never committed to getting baptized. Shortly before B was to transfer to another area, Oscar was very sick and dying. While they were visiting him one last time, they were encouraging him to be baptized so he could be saved, not trying to get preaching. It just pertains to the story. Oscar kept refusing, and they finally asked him why. He confessed to them how he was a hitman most of his life, and he killed a lot of people for money. When he got older, he retired to this small village in Mexico to live in peace. The way he told me the story, Oscar may have hinted he was also in hiding. One of my great uncles, someone I barely knew, I could count on one hand how many times we actually crossed paths. But on his deathbed, he asked for me. The only thing he said to me was that he was sorry. I won't pretend that his death hit me hard, but those words have stuck with me over the years. Why would he apologize to a 13-year-old who was practically a stranger? My mom says he was likely sorry for not being there for me, but I don't know why he'd feel that way. No one ever expected him to make time for his great nephew. The few times we did meet, he was distant but kind, just like a stereotypical elderly man would be. Maybe it's not as dramatic as some other people's stories, but even now, in my 20s, I still think about it sometimes. Has something bad happened to you in your life, then you may have... sympathize, and I empathize. She was very religious, and divorce was seen as a sin. She once told me a story where she was tapping her feet with a saw, and he told her to sit down and count the ceiling tiles. They were Baptist, and dancing was a sin. My grandfather revealed that my mother was not his only child. In the 1950s, when his longtime best friend was unable to impregnate his wife, my grandfather spent a week in a remote cabin in the Ozarks having sex with this guy's wife in order to give them a child. He said they had sex over 20 times. Well, the week of sex worked and she got pregnant. The couple then moved out of state to start a new life as a family. To this day, it's their only child and she's not married. The only communication my grandfather received from them afterward was a letter giving confirmation the child was born a healthy little girl. He never saw his friend again, but stated he often thought about that cabin. I am a soldier and done some things I don't speak of. My grandmother that raised me was coming in and out of levels of awareness. She looks me in the face and asks me how many people I had killed. I answered more than her. She replied that she only killed 2, so it wasn't that many. When I questioned her about this, I got the start of the story until she realized who she was talking to. What was the start of the story? I found out both the stories after she died. One was her stepfather who had beat one of her brothers to death. She shot him in the back of his head while he was beating on another one of her siblings. The other was a man that was trying to abuse her. She had kept the newspaper clippings all her whole life. She was in her 90s. Both took place when she was in her young teens, I think. My great-great-uncle admitted on his deathbed that he wasn't actually related to our family. He'd spent the last 40 years in the U.S. using one of our distant relatives' citizenship papers since they looked close enough that in the 1920s that was really all you needed. He didn't kill the real uncle or anything. The guy had just decided America wasn't for him and went home. This dude was like, hey, since you aren't wanting to go back, can I have your papers? And that was that. Not haunting at all, but my family doesn't have very many deathbed confessions, so it's still technically the most haunting. How come no one noticed that their relative became a different person? As I understand, the official connection, despite being described as other, was somewhat distant. Given the time period, the same name and having been from the same region was kind of good enough, particularly since as a new immigrant at the time, people tend to cluster together. As again, he didn't move in with the same immediate group or some such. But all this went down decades before I was born, so some details may have been lost in the retelling. There was an ongoing land dispute in the family, and my grandpa, just before dying, told me that the whole land is mine on his will. 8 years later, I still haven't tackled or talked about it yet. 8 years later and you haven't heard anything? That's not a good sign. I feel like you aren't in that will or you would have heard. You need to tackle this 7.5 years ago. No, he's gone. Rest in peace. The will gets validated via a probate, and once it's granted, the land got formally transferred to me. Since I was the sole beneficiary, the process was less complicated. I have it. It's mine, but I never wanted any. The moral thing my family thinks me too, I guess, is for me to distribute it equally like my grandfather should have had, but I've never brought it up anywhere considering how brutal the fight was. Maybe I should or maybe not. Do it. Don't wait too long to regret it later. And maybe you can help bring pieces of blue paper in some people's eyes. My dad has asked me to forget about it until he's dead because his childhood home is there long. Kind of in a hard spot, but I'm financially blessed anyway, so I don't think about it. I worked in a nursing home. An older lady had a mentally challenged son who would visit her. She had no other family. Her husband died years before. She would cry and tell the story of her second child. Her husband locked her in the outhouse where she was forced to give birth. Her husband didn't want a second child, seeing the first one was disabled. He forced her to drop the baby down the outhouse toilet. She died years ago. Let me guess, she hid her pregnancy from everybody? I actually don't know. She might have hid the pregnancy. She might have told people she had a miscarriage. She lived somewhere north of Clara City, Minnesota, so pretty rural. You could go a while without seeing anyone. The outhouse likely doesn't exist anymore. Most outhouses have been filled in / taken down by now. We had an old one, but no one has used it in decades. I worked there in the early 2000s. She was in her late 90s then. She had the same last name as me, but it's a common name here. Reading this is crazy. All my grandpa said on his deathbed was, "Can someone turn off that smell after I open my breakfast burrito?" Poor guy, getting crop dusted on his deathbed with breakfast burrito farts. The worst kind of farts. Terrible way to go out. Oh, seriously, I felt terrible afterwards. Not anyone I know personally, but I think it may have been a snap judgment story or something. Basically, this man admitted that he was a pedo on his deathbed. He was actually very proud of himself because he never hurt a child, but was very aware and scared that he could if he ever slipped. Basically, he never smoked, never drank, never did anything that might compromise his judgment. This man lived one of the strictest lives ever just so that he would never hurt a child. Honestly, I never thought I would have so much respect for one. If I can find the story, I will share a link, but I'm just going off the top of my head for now. I worked in an old folks home for over a year. We had one guy who was dying of complications of Parkinson's disease. He was placed on hospice and was inching closer to death, and he would scream in his sleep while praying. He would yell / scream, begging, "Please forgive me. Tell your children, I'm sorry." One day, one of my coworkers said, "That's the bomb," in front of the patient, and my patient's face lost all color and asked if he'd ever heard from that question. At the time, it didn't click what he was talking about, but I continued to listen.
You've got mail.
And stuff he helped engineer and how he has been haunted his whole life. He never told his family about his involvement in the project because he was too overwhelmed with shame. He asked me to help his children receive death missions. We'll never forget it. It was super rough. By any chance, was this in New York? I saw this post on BuzzFeed and had a family member who fits this exact profile. Apologies for bringing up a difficult subject. This happened in California, but the patient was originally from the New York area. Not really this, but my mom was raised in Kentucky where all the miners and
You've got mail.
conflict in the 1930s and on, and she told about some older men who had worked for the coal company and presumably done some bad stuff on their behalf. Car bombs, shootings, I don't know. As he lay dying in the hospital years later, the coal company had someone sitting in the room 24 hours to be sure he did not do any deathbed confessions. Freaky is how I always thought. But how does that prevent him from a deathbed confession? I mean, if he just blurts
Oh, Jesus.
No idea. My mother didn't witness it. It's a community story. But I'm guessing that it was so important for him to be quiet.
Oh,
It's
God.
hard to imagine unplugging something and using a pillow. A family friend that I knew when I was a child confessed as he was dying that he had used an assumed identity of a dead friend for his entire adult life. He was a Jewish child in Germany, and there was a program in the UK that sent 10,000 Jewish refugee children from Europe. He was slightly over the age to qualify, but a younger friend of his was murdered by the Nazis, and he took the opportunity to steal the identity of this other boy. He escaped to the UK and eventually moved to North America, started a family, and lived out his life. He never told anyone, including his wife who passed away long before he did, because he was afraid he would be deported back to Germany, even many decades later. As he was dying, he finally told his children. Pressed to say, but that's bad. He made me feel guilty for stealing a friend's identity because I'd be stoked if I could still help a buddy after getting murdered. Well, I can think of two reasons he might have felt guilty, besides his worry of being deported. First, he might have felt like he took someone else's spot when he was not supposed to be eligible, and it must also have taken its toll on him throughout his life to have lied about his identity to everyone he ever knew. Maybe at one point someone could learn to accept that and move past it, but to other people it could gnaw at them forever. In the 70s, there was an unsolved murder of a teenage girl in my hometown, and some beloved guy from the community allegedly confessed to the murder on his deathbed. It's just spooky to think that even the nicest people may be monsters. My mom had an uncle who we adored because he was so nice to us. After he passed, she told us he would beat his wife and kids until the day he no longer could, due to old age / his son being bigger than him. It really puts your last sentence into perspective. He was a gem of an old man, but a complete monster when he had power over others. My stepfather requested to see the two other pregnancies that nobody knew about on his deathbed. Boy, was that fun. My grandpa did this to our family, but we found out when we got a surprise phone call from a sister my dad didn't know he had. A couple weeks later, Grandpa just shows up unannounced. He hadn't been seen in the Northeast since my dad was a year old. He bailed right after my aunt was born and left Grandma with two babies understood in the cookies he had so much for her. Turns out he did the same thing to the family with the new surprise system. Bounced out on them when she was just a kid. There might even be a fourth family in Korea. It's fun. Super fun. A woman confessed to her husband of almost 55 years that the 3 kids they had, out of those 2 are not for her. Man, I can't imagine what the husband was feeling. Just take that shit to the grave at that point roll. The interesting part, both the kids she had from the other man had stark resemblance to their mom. So no one could have doubted that. The husband had a reputation of being a flirt, only a flirt, in gatherings, and the woman was considered his faithful wife who has kept this marriage alive. It was beyond scandalous. Not exactly deathbed, but very close to it. My wife's grandma handed her this book in her last days, and it was just a small little black book with gold edging. She just said, if you're lucky, it'll never happen to you. Grandma was very not there mentally and had no idea what was going on 99% of the time, and this was one of the only moments of clarity I had ever seen. My wife opened the book thinking it was some sort of insight into her life, or something like that. No, it was just an address book. Hundreds of names in there, 4 on each page. Each one crossed out and dead written next to them. She had nobody left other than 2 family members, who she barely remembered, and a neighbor who would check in on her once in a while, who she didn't really know who she was. So only she let her come inside and hang out. I have heard hospice nurses hear deathbed confessions about murdering people all the time. Very sad and disturbing. I know of one, where this lady was a resident and was going to be released to go back home after rehab at a nursing home. She just kept repeating no. He's just going to kill again, referring to her son who eventually did get convicted of a single murder, and supposedly on her deathbed she claimed he killed Justice. I'm a nurse and I had a resident who's now passed and whose details I won't mention because of HIPAA, who I believe may be responsible for a local cold case murder. This person had severe dementia during the time I knew them, and there's no solid evidence, so there's no point in pursuing it, but it is chilling. Might be worth reporting it to the police. They may have their name on record as a suspect, and this could let them close the case. From what I understand, the individual was a suspect during the investigation, but they had a dubious alibi, so they weren't strongly considered at the time. The victim was a family member, and in talking to the family, I actually believe that the family knows it was this person, but for whatever reason chose not to come forward. My uncle, who was the older, admitted he passed on going to university, so my other uncle clear to both my parents. My stepfather was the eldest and he was allowed to go to university. His sister was told she needed to go out to work. My mother's eldest brother was allowed to go to work. She was told to get a job as a bank clerk and help support the family, as was her sister and younger brother. My uncle and stepfather, to be fair to both of them, used their degrees wisely and both became worldwide leaders in their respective fields and are both lifetime professor emeritus at two of the best universities in the world. My mother, on the other hand, studied later in life and also got a PhD and was ridiculously successful academically, being acknowledged by the UK royal family without trying to give away too much private information. I have a friend, Lee, who served a church mission in Mexico. One of his prospects, Oscar, was interested but never committed to getting baptized. Shortly before B was to transfer to another area, Oscar was very sick and dying. While they were visiting him one last time, they were encouraging him to be baptized so he could be saved, not trying to get preached. It just pertains to the story. Oscar kept refusing, and they finally asked him why. He confessed to them how he was a good man most of his life, and he killed a lot of people for money. When he got older, he retired to this small village, Mexico, to live in peace. The way he told me the story, Oscar may have been he was also in hiding. One of my great uncles, someone I barely knew. I could count on one hand how many times we actually crossed paths. But on his deathbed, he asked for me. The only thing he said to me was that he was sorry. I won't pretend that his death hit me hard, but those words have stuck with me over the years. Why would he apologize to a 13-year-old who was practically a stranger? My mom says he was likely sorry for not being there for me, but I don't know why he'd feel that way. No one ever expected him to make time for his great nephew. The few times we did meet, he was distant and kind, just like a stereotypical elderly man would be. Maybe it's not as dramatic as some other people's stories, but even now, in my 20s, I still think about it sometimes. Has something bad happened to me in life that he may have known about and was able to intervene, but didn't? My father was abusive, but it's hard telling if he knew or not. It only started to get physical after his death, so I doubt he knew and so he did. This isn't a confession per se, but my granddad tried to end his life by shooting himself in the head. But he actually lived for days after, completely out of it, barely moving and making indistinguishable noises. Near the end, my mom decided to play him Bruce Springsteen. He suddenly sat halfway up, grabbed my mom's arm and looked her in the eyes for a few seconds, and then fell back. We all think it was his last moment, making him say himself sorry. My sister works in a skilled nursing facility, and she had a retired cop tell her about the child's rapist and other officers beat to death after they arrested him. He told her they brought him in for questioning. It wasn't an issue anymore after that. For decades, I was told my father's first wife had taken her own life. A few days before he died, he told me he murdered her, gunshot to the heart. I still have the pistol. Whoa. Frankly, I wasn't surprised. He was one fucked up individual. High IQ type who was also a manic depressive alcoholic. Attorney, regular Army lieutenant colonel. He ended up embezzling a lot of money. When he got caught, he was already dying of congestive heart failure, but he intentionally stopped eating and dying. My great-grandfather had apparently two families, but what made this super creepy was the fact that my cousin got the news on Grandpa's deathbed after he requested seeing his older son, my uncle, which wasn't in the country, so my cousin had to pass on my uncle, and that's when Grandpa told him the news. I remember watching my cousin getting out frozen, crying in shock. It was a pretty powerful scene to watch. A father revealed to his family that he owned an obscene amount of land and had been helping other families in need by letting them live on the land and farm it for years. We're talking he owned double-digit farms that no one in his social circle knew were his. The sheer land wealth he owned suggested he had monetary fortunes hidden away that no one knew of, and never were recovered after his death. His family didn't exactly live it out like poverty. They always had what they needed to live, but the family home was an outdated half-ruined by the time he died, and all of his many children grew up sharing rooms, having to find their own way in life without any money or assistance from him. When he passed, 800 people attended his funeral, and the family knew, maybe 100 of those people. People came who were devastated beyond the family of his death, proclaiming him some sort of living saint, very contrary to their own opinion of him. And among the visitors were many famous and important people from the county this occurred in. After his passing, the family Apparently, to suddenly inherit that much land and be able to affect the crop yield in the nation to such an extent, wild concept for Westerners, but many states are much more controlled. I was personally a witness to much of this and have to say that what the family went through was wild. He wasn't actually on his deathbed yet, but my grandma's husband, with whom she had been married to for 40 years, was diagnosed with cancer and told he had only a couple months to live. He then proceeded to tell my grandma that he cheated on her the entire time and never actually loved her. Then he survived, and a couple years later they got back together. It was only for a couple months because then he really died, but I still don't like that man for what he did to my grandma. I would say hate, but I decided to forgive him just so I'm not carrying that shit around with me wherever I go. What's worse is they met after my actual grandpa cheated on her and she was on the run to avoid her feelings. They met in a bar and pretty much just ran away together. Everyone thought they had the most beautiful marriage in Britain. We had Christmas at their house every year. He taught me how to replace an alternator and things like that. It was beautiful. Until it wasn't. Good damn, I hate that he did that to her. She didn't deserve any of that. Love you, Granny.
Unexpected sweat can ruin a perfect look. The Secret Whole Body Dry Peel Deodorant absorbs sweat without aluminum for 72-hour freshness everywhere. I know Secret Girl has like Secret No Sweat.
Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. What's the creepiest / most disturbing internet rabbit hole gone down? Why? A straightforward guy wrote down his experiences with heroin. Basically, he wanted to try it for fun and he was sure that he had enough willpower to stop after that. Well, he was wrong. Probably someone can remember the name of the guy with a Reddit post. It's fairly well known, I believe. Same thing happened on a Norwegian forum. Some guy asked how to shoot up, and the thread turned into a years-long diary of him becoming an addict and failing to quit. Then he just stopped posting, and some time later it was revealed he had died. Turned into a media case for a while. His mom was interviewed and stuff. Saudi Arabia's leading executioner, Mohammed Saad al-Beshi. He mostly decapitates people with a sword. I watched / read interviews with him. I wanted to know if that shit haunts him. No, it doesn't. He's already teaching his son to follow in his footsteps. His children also help him clean the blood off his sword. Then I started looking into what was considered capital offenses and other punishments used. Stoning is one. Certain crimes will get the beheaded body crucified. I bought my brother a taser from Amazon for his birthday one time. Looking at some of the questions, there was one asking if it hurt. The answer went something like, it does not. I've tased myself in the neck 30 times. Very, very interested in this, I go to his Amazon profile and you can see what else he has reviewed, and he reviewed a katana and stuff like that or similar. Still interested, so I type his name into Facebook and find a profile with a picture of him holding his katana. The first thing I notice is that he's from my city. Second thing is there are so many people posting to his Facebook saying he's the devil and they can't believe what he's done and that they hope he rots and stuff like that. Extremely interested at this point, I Googled his name and find news articles that will send the guy in his apartment with a katana. Then fled and was later caught by police. Turns out he was very delusional and really needed help. He's now in jail, and according to the article, looks like getting help he needs. It was a very wild ride, and just looking at the stupid questions people ask about products on Amazon, I ordered the stock gun on July 31st, 2018. The article link was posted on July 25th, 2018. Hey, screenshot of answer on Amazon in the news article. Human school. It's pretty famous, but for those who never heard of it, American school that lasted for 40 years that was as close to a concentration camp for children as you could get. The whole troubled teen industry is a disturbing and infuriating rabbit hole. At least Elon School is shut down, but there are similar institutions that are still in operation today. Parents can pay to have their kids kidnapped and imprisoned at these institutions for just about any reason, from actual mental illness to just not sharing the same religion as their parents. Paris Hilton actually went to one in Utah in the 90s. The therapeutic boarding school industry is huge in Utah because, of course, I've been following the Breaking Code Silence account on Instagram. It's infuriating how frequently this is happening to kids today. I really recommend calling on your representatives and demand that these schools be regulated. The troubled teen industry has been enabled by both Democrats and Republicans. It's shameful. My best friend recently escaped one. She was brought in as an addicted teen with trauma and basically abused until she complied with treatment. That led to being severely brainwashed and accepting a job there to help other kids like her in their I met her a few years ago, and she was already putting the pieces together that something wasn't right. I think in the back of her mind, she knew this was basically a cult and a TTI wrapped into one. It was like watching a friend come to terms with admitting that they're in an abusive marriage. It was hard to sit back and watch. But she's an entire clean, and due to current litigation, I can't say much, but she's dismantling the TTI schools in her area piece by piece. It's beautiful. I wish more people were aware of these places. They're not just scared straight and wilderness therapies. There's really sketchy drug rehabs for juvenile offenders that are set there by the courts even though these programs are not tied to the court. They get money from the kids/parents for the stay, file their insurance, and also enroll them in Medicaid for additional money, etc. They're closely tied to city and state governments, and our tax dollars basically go to subsidize the abuse of children. It's sick shit. Blogs by people who are obsessed with losing limbs and or having them replaced with hooks, etc. Some went through with accidents where they mashed their hands beyond repair in order to achieve their goal. Reminds of that guy from South Africa who had a blog I came across a few years ago. His thing was amputations, and he badly wanted to get his perfectly healthy foot amputated for whatever reason. He felt like it didn't belong to his own body. He would inflict injuries to his foot by cutting it with a knife, then put it in a bucket full of his own poop to cause infection. It was all documented, with daily pictures. You could literally see the daily progression of his foot rotting and becoming black, until one day he stopped posting. He came back a few weeks later and wrote he almost died. He had passed out because of a bad case of sepsis, blood infection, and his landlord found him in the bathroom. Crazy stuff. And yes, he came back from hospital with his foot amputated. One of the weirdest for me was reading about the violence in Yugoslavia during World War II, especially about the Croatian Ustaše and the Jasenovac concentration camp. The entire area was beset by civil war, with shocking violence originating from multiple parties, but the anecdotes about the Ustaše stand out. A high-ranking member of the Nazi party visited Croatia, where the Nazis had helped establish a puppet state. Witnessing the extent of the violence himself, he was quoted as saying this is enough to make a man vomit. Jasenovac is something no mortal man could bear to witness. There's a doc called The Bridge, which captured 23 of the 24 suicides from the Golden Gate Bridge in SF in 2004. Apparently, The Bridge is a wildly popular suicide site. By 2004, there had been more than 1,200 suicides, with a 98% death rate. Anyway, it's really dark and sent me on a little research expedition of the suicides. Apparently, the 2% that survive say they instantly regretted jumping midair. And that starts to make you think about suicides and how much pain people are in to take that step. Yet there is a shock of clarity once they've done the irreversible. Just reading about that desperation and sadness triggered so much in me. I really can't go down those rabbit holes anymore. Pulled up a site once that had pictures of celebs that were taken after they died. The most prominent one I remember being that of Chris Farley. Fuck, that's something I'll never forget. My brother killed himself with a friend last Halloween while hiking Mount Rainier. Their bodies were discovered by some hikers who proceeded to upload pics of their bodies to a gay fetish site. I guess some info got out, but now every week I get people contacting me about his body, asking me if I have more pics or blaming my family for his death through whatever social media they can find, mostly his memorial page. It can be extremely mean. It doesn't bother most of my family much. We know how to deal with trolls and perverts, but it destroys my mom. Never forget the purpose of the communities you visit. To you, that celebrity site is just a passing curiosity, but this is a site with an active community that seeks out corpses to wank to. They are highly fucked up at best, and are likely extremely dangerous considering some of these threats I've gotten. I did a bit of research about school shootings around the world, from Columbine to the most recent one in Mexico at the time. It was terrifying to read the survivor's testimony. I just imagined what would I do if that happened in my school, and ended up crying thinking about my little brother's fate on the surface. Also, statistical analysis and studies about the topic are unnerving, since they seem to be more frequent globally every year. And I hated getting to know about those groups that praise shooters. I would prefer if I didn't know those exist. It's frustrating. History of the Aztecs and Mayans, specifically about all the human sacrifice they did. I think the Aztecs sacrificed at least one person a day, and there was one event that historians/archaeologists speculated some number in thousands. Super interesting, but must have been nuts to come across that as an outsider. Sci-fi timeline PDF I found a while back. I think it was on the world building site. It was a timeline of humanity that started it all relatively normal every human evolution as they colonized Mars and the stars beyond. It descended into body horror when it came into contact with an advanced race that for some reason I forget gene monitored the majority of humans into non-sentient species and defeated them across the galaxy. It then went into great detail with each of these species separately and their climb back to sentience. It ended with one of the new humans that evolved back to sentience standing beside original himself. I haven't been able to find it since, but shit got done. Anyway, I found it again. It's all tomorrow. A billion-year chronicle of a myriad species and very important with man. Link here if anyone wants it. Temple OS is a trip worth the read. The guy behind it was pretty genuinely insane, literally and figuratively. He used his home brew operating system to talk to God, and believed he was married to a YouTuber that didn't talk to him. Truly a sad story. He often called himself the greatest programmer who ever lived, and he's right. He showed his entire OS by himself. He was a genuinely nice guy when he wasn't spewing out craziness. Struggled with schizophrenia, was stuck by a train and died, but investigators couldn't decide whether it was suicide or not. There's this guy on Facebook I wish I could remember his name when he married his doll and his photos together of them everything. At first I thought he was trolling him, but I looked at later and got the dates on the photos dated back years, and he showed off his doll's wardrobe and all the possessions he had of hers and theirs. There were multiple friend accounts of different sex dolls on his page that's completely public, but genuinely the weirdest part to me was that he lived on a farm in the middle of nowhere like a mansion where someone accidentally ended up there. Anyway, I spent an hour last night looking for it, and surprisingly, WTS was wrong with people anyways. I'll do some more today because it was a file shared.
Element. It's made clean, effective, all-day deodorant.
Japanese concentration camps, especially photo on Reddit, and that was extremely depressing and fucked up, but I couldn't bring myself to stop reading. Yeah, I fell down the Unit 731 rabbit hole for a while back in 2018. I think I felt weird for yeah. One thing that stuck with me was reading an interview with a surviving scientist who, when asked if he felt guilty, he responded, "No, we did nothing wrong. This was war, and in war, you have to win." A relative of mine is a social worker who deals with older people. She helped arrange and care for a man with Alzheimer's a few years ago. Unfortunately, a lot of people with this disease regress into very old memories. This man had been a prisoner of war of the Japanese, been subject to torture and all sorts. He was in a constant state of terror because his memory had regressed to the point where he thought he was back there and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Absolutely awful. Reading about John Jones, the spelunker who got stuck upside down in a narrow crevice at Nutty Buddy Cave in 2009, scared the hell out of me. Rescuers got to his feet, talked to him for hours, but just couldn't get him out. Ultimately, the cave was sealed with his body inside. I was a lurker in a car forum for many years. This was probably 8 or so years ago. One time someone posted a thread that linked to an insurance, auto, website that resold accident cars to reclaim money. There was a whole category of cars labeled biohazard, and these are the cars that end up with body fluids in them. Giant ships from being in an accident, drive-by shootings with blood everywhere, even suicide cars with brains blasted open. These auto auctions don't want to clean the mess up so they will sell the cars cheap. Some people in the forum even found news articles that corresponded with murder/accident/etc. in a particular car. It was incredibly creepy, but I admittedly spent hours and hours sometimes looking through these disgusting, tragic cars. Serial killers. Never could understand what could drive someone into such depravity. People sometimes mistake my curiosity for them as a family. I despise them. They just pique my curiosity. Something about trying to comprehend the incomprehensible that makes it so interesting. I once found a manuscript to the Toy Box Killer online and it fucked me up for a few weeks. Oh, God. The murder of Junko Furuta. Just read it. Those kids are literal fucking demons. Even most cartel tortures don't last that long. Poor girl, literally suffered for absolutely nothing. It sickens me every time she's brought up that her killers rejoin society. All but one have been arrested again for violent crime. I watched a video about her when I was around 9 years old. The video talked about it in full detail. I saw it while going through my FTP, then saw the video saying this is not for the faint of heart, and I thought, I'm brave enough. I can do this. I finished the video into this day. That was the most disturbing thing I ever knew about. Even the mention of it just makes me uncomfortable. The group stalking sites and subreddit. Just to be clear, I don't think it's real, but holy shit. It's just so crazy thinking about how all these people are dead-ass convinced that there are massive conspiracies against them. I didn't leave the link on purpose because after spending any significant amount of time on it, you sort of start to think it could be real. Holodomor. It's constantly denied, not taught in American schools at all, and an example of how terrible humans can be to each other, the government to the people, and how far people can go to survive. After a whole bunch of digging, I found a book of translated testimonies of survivors. I wouldn't know about it at all if it weren't for a comment on Reddit 2 years ago that caused me to Google, and down the rabbit hole I went. Did I get a summary? A mass starvation event in the early 1930s in Soviet Ukraine. At least 3 million died of starvation. The cause is still academically debated. Either mismanagement or a deliberate act by Stalin to suppress Ukrainian political opposition. It's also known as the terror panic. The word means to kill by starvation. The accounts of the survivors are harrowing. A woman doctor wrote to a friend in June 1933 that she had not yet become a cannibal, but was not sure that I shall not be one by the time my letter reaches you. The good people died first. Those who refused to steal or to prostitute themselves died. Those who gave food to others died. Those who refused to eat corpses died. Those who refused to kill their fellow man died. Parents who resisted cannibalism died before their children did. Jonestown Massacre. A cult beat town that all were coerced into suicide. There's an audio recording on YouTube of the whole town committing mass suicide. Albert Fish, a cannibal serial killer that wrote a letter to the parents of one of the little girls he ate. Edit. I thought of 3 others, because I'm weird I guess and I know a lot of fucked up things. Number 1. The murder of Sylvia Likens. It's a really fucked up story about a girl who was being horrifically abused for months. Number 2. Thalidomide was an over-the-counter drug sold mostly in Germany marketed as being safe for pregnant women, mostly being to help with dizziness and morning sickness among a few other things. However, mothers who used thalidomide most certainly gave birth to babies with birth defects, primarily with shortened or missing legs. Some of the thalidomide babies ended up just fine and very successful, but this was the 1960s, so many were terribly mistreated. The company still hasn't done anything to make up for it. I have fallen down too. Both lasted about a week. First was John/Jane, those who have never been claimed or identified. Second was people who have disappeared without a trace. I feel this one hung more on my emotional strength, especially stories involving kids. One that has stuck with me as a little boy who disappeared on the scout hike, Jared Negrete. That is one of my greatest fears when I take kids hiking. I wanted to learn more about gender dysphoria to better understand trans.
You've got mail.
I learned about this set of twins, Bruce and Brian Reimer, born in the 1960s. They were boys, but Bruce had a botched circumcision, so he had gender reassignment surgery and was raised as a girl, named Brenda. The twins were sent to a doctor named John Money who wanted to prove that gender identity was money. He made the twins as children role-play in certain positions to reinforce the gender reassignment. Brian developed schizophrenia in his teenage years, and Brenda never learned to live as a girl despite constant reinforcement and hormone therapy. At 14, he was told of his surgery at birth, rejected his forced female identity, and took on the name David. David Reimer committed suicide in 2004. This will sound mild compared to the stories of actual torture and war crimes, but I heard the whole story about a Reddit user named Jason Howe. For those who don't know, it was the real story of a man who posted in our Slack relationships about his wife cheating on him in the neighborhood. Jason finally decides he's going to leave his wife and take the kids with him, but then the wife actually murdered the children while he was away at work. Jason made a follow-up post about dealing with the pain and grief of what happened, but he seems to be doing his best despite everything that happened. Anyway, thank you for all the awards. Guys, I didn't expect this to blow up at all. For those who mentioned the channel, yes, I do remember this from Xmog. I'm a long-time subscriber. Cave diving accidents. They're always tragic and sad and insanely common to diving. But being big to some of the most untouched areas of Earth, and I kind of get the need to keep exploring even if it's dangerous. I read about a pair of floats who realized the line had snapped and they were trapped in an air pocket with only enough oxygen for one of them to try and escape for help. You'd had to wait in the pitch black for hours, not knowing if his friend had reached help or died along the way. It scares the crap out of me. I can barely bring myself to swim under small stuff in safe swimming pools. I've never tried diving, but I really don't think I can conquer that fear. While looking at bird videos, I came across a compilation of lessons on how to clean/bird undermine using eggs and sperm. Watch at your own risk. I'm pretty sure all of the creatures seen in the videos are fake, but I couldn't help watch the entire series. Something about those videos still haunts me to this day. Seeing those creatures move and even blink. Cats on Mount Everest and how a lot of the bodies are still up there. This was a wiki rabbit hole I fell into after listening to the Case File episode on David Shaw. Read not only about him, but also great news. This couple that got separated, and said are due to the extremely cold temperatures. The bodies aren't decomposed, so they still look recent even though it's been years or decades. It's creepy and sad. Some bodies have been there so long they are used as markers for climate. What is also sad is that there have been efforts to remove them, but doing so is extremely dangerous because of the altitude, temperatures, and uneven ground. People have died attempting it in the past. Not sure if they've managed to succeed since I last read about it in 2018. Edit. I'm not 100% sure the podcast was Case File since I'm listening to the episode I mentioned 3 years ago. It could have been another true crime podcast. Also, thanks for my first credit. I wish I remember his name. Years ago, I watched a video on YouTube of Elvis' last phone call, which was recorded. In the comments, there was this guy who claimed to know this person, went on about how he was in his final days. I grew very suspicious. I clicked his YouTube channel and found more comments on other dead celebrity videos of him claiming to be a family friend. I searched this guy's name and found his weirdest website. It was the most bizarre shit I've ever seen. It was full of long posts about how this guy was a lead designer and architect in some buildings worldwide. It also chronicled all of his celebrity friends. The guy was definitely schizophrenic, I assume. Finding his website was just so odd. It's like looking into a portal in his mind. Since then, I've become very interested in schizophrenia, and I've happened to stumble upon others who seem to have it. There's also this guy at LinkedIn who is a writer. He goes on these rambles on his LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter about a girl who was killed. But his sentences are all circular, if that makes sense. Almost like talking to someone with dementia who keep repeating the same thing over and over. Except this guy has been doing the same thing for years. Just lost in a possible very few. The mind is fucked. It was 3 months ago, and he asked Reddit thread what is something you regret knowing, or something. The user called out another user as a person we all know exists among us, but have never met. The comment was removed by a moderator, so I can't tell you either user involved, but let me sum it up for you. The user being called out is clearly a psychopath. Her entire post history is that she has a desire to vivisect and torture another person to death. She admits she has this desire, and it is a pretty obsessive desire based on her brain, and believe wholeheartedly that everyone has these desires, and that she was normal. She adamantly argues that the only reason people deny having those feelings is because of the social network, and that everyone around them is lying to save face, that she's the only person who can all of it. She claims she will never act on it, because the fear of getting caught is too great, but that's the fear. She has multiple, very dead in the water threads in this subreddit asking questions like why are people afraid to talk about this shared feeling? What is your murder fantasy? How would you dissect a living person if you knew you could get away with it? She also claims to be asexual. Clearly that otherwise sexual desire is redirected toward this, based on the enthusiasm she has been talking about. She claims unsettling thing is, the last I checked, she was trying with her husband to get pregnant. It's been on my mind a lot as of late, and it is a prime example of that we have one person saying, I'm like this, and I'm normal. Therefore, everyone is like this because normal people are like this, and this concept has been coming up a lot in my personal life as of late.
Ordinary antiperspirants can't fight sweat better than secret liquid, so no pressure while sweating it.
Oh, come on, Anna. Go, girl. I believe God. Come on, man.
Very rare. I don't exactly know. I have no idea what happened during that time. What I do know is that he seems incredibly well adjusted now, and last I heard he's happily married. My nephew was born when his parents were 16. His father is Greek. Once they found out that the baby was a boy and they saw that he was the spitting image of his father, suddenly they wanted him. One day my cousin and I were watching the boy incident, and I told my cousin I'm going to go get a drink. I was inside and heard her scream for me. I ran back outside and my cousin was holding the baby. The family had tried to take him. When the police caught up with them, they said they just wanted to hold him. Yeah, okay. Turns out the parents had bought tickets to Greece. When I was 3 months old, my mom told my dad she was going shopping and didn't come back. While she had never disappeared before she did of substance abuse problems, she showed up almost 3 years later pregnant. My dad took her in until she had my brother. She left again. We didn't hear from her again for many years. She eventually died of an eye. The guy I went to school with and kind of grew up around, his mom is one of my mom's best friends, went missing in 2010 on his way home. Police and search parties searched everywhere looking for him in his truck. He had to pass over a bridge to get to his house, so it should be noted that the lakes were searched by divers and dragging the lake as well. 4 years later, 2014, the water levels were very low and someone called in saying they saw a tire sticking out of the surface of the water near the bridge he would have had to cross to get home. It was him in his truck. At least the family got some closure after 4 long, excruciating years. His son vanished while jogging in our neighborhood. He was an avid runner, and it was unlike him to not come back on time. Things turned into a frenzied search involving the entire team. Unfortunately, his body was found in a nearby river. An investigation revealed he had been struck by a hit-and-run driver, and his body was dumped to hide the crime. The perpetrator was eventually caught, but it was a devastating loss for his family. I was 8 and she was 2. The town searched for her for like 2 weeks, finding nothing. The mother of the son, 14 years old, who killed her and helped in the search, told the cops about a strange smell coming from his room. They found her in under his waterbed. The grave is right next to my grandmother's. So also an often reminder, Maggie Clifton, rest in peace. Debbie Moberg, age 16. The first story was that she ran away, but the stepdad couldn't keep his story straight. 2 days later, they talked to her 7-year-old sister who reported the stepdad carrying her out of the house wrapped in a blanket. He actually took the little sister with to dump the body. It took 3 months of jail before he confessed to murdering her. He had been molesting her for years. She stood up to him when he shifted to the little sister. He had put her body in a commercial dumpster, which in turn was emptied at the city landfill. Landfill personnel did spend several weeks combing the area. They actually keep records of where things are dumped when, but no luck. So her last place is sort of known, but her body never properly found. May and her little sister both severely traumatized and a hero. Many heroes are severely traumatized. The stories don't talk about what happens to them after they become heroes. There's a really good documentary on HBO called Chow Chilla. It's about 26 kids on a school bus and a bus driver who got kidnapped in 1976 in California, who were buried alive and how they all survived, but how they all had to grow up and the trauma afterwards and how people didn't really believe about trauma for children back then. The aftermath was terrible and those kids were messed up for life. A friend went missing one night in June 2016 after a night out. He had an argument with his sew and wandered off on foot. Days went by and there was no info. Find out, he'd somehow been hit by a car and died. He didn't have his wallet on him, so it took a bit for them to identify his body. No one understood how his significant other wasn't with him, or what led up to him walking off in what I think was a drunken state. My girlfriend, who has been sober for almost a year, relapsed last night and started a fight with me. She walked off into the woods around our Airbnb wearing sandals and one of those short-sleeve/short-legged summer rompers. It took about an hour and a half, but my friends and I found her and coaxed her out, and then had to convince her to walk on the roadside and not through some stranger's yard. She was bleeding in like 6 different places from her hike and had lost everything but her phone, which was dead. We're in a completely new to us place for the weekend, and I am terrified at how close we came to just never seeing her again. He ended up on the other side of the country, started a new life, and died 30 years later. He had schizophrenia. The family didn't know where he was all those years. This is what I fear for my brother. He was a good, kind man. We went through the illnesses of both of our parents at the same time. Our mother shocked us all by dying, and my father survived. My brother lost it, and within a week he was no longer who he was. It ended with him assaulting me and being arrested. I don't blame him. I know that was not it. He was unfortunately found guilty and was sentenced to probation, I think. We have not seen him since. Since he left, my father died. The rest of my father's siblings have died. Our cousin was murdered. But what I hope he comes back to find is my niece. I tell her all the time that her uncle would have loved nothing more than to bug her. I just fear one day I'm going to get a knock on the door. A friend of mine's sister went missing in the early days. We always suspected she was a victim of Gary Ridgway's Green River Killer. We found out a couple of years ago that she is in fact on the list of suspected victims. The Chapman family friend had a
You've got mail.
BMX accident and was most likely suffering from concussion or post-concussion symptoms. Went off into the wilderness, and his remains were found 3 years later. His dad spearheaded the search effort during those years. I think overall, not knowing exactly what happened was hard.
You've got mail.
And getting to bring them home was really great fun. About 8 years ago, was at a bar with my university roommate about midnight. A guy I don't recognize comes up to my roommate. They exchange some words and give each other a big hug. Turns out they were old childhood friends. He sticks around and we shoot the shit for an hour or so. Super nice dude. Said he had to go meet some people, but if we're still out, he might come back this way. We stayed for a couple more hours. He never comes back and we head home. Around 2 weeks later, my roommate finds out via Facebook he went missing that night and they found his body dumped in a storm drain a few days later. It's still kind of surreal typing this out now that we were maybe some of the last people to talk to. They did catch the people that did it though, so that was good at least. Edit. We'll just blew up. Unfortunately, I didn't learn what happened specifically, whether it was a drug deal gone bad or we had with some other people and they panicked and dumped him, but my roommate later told me that they caught the people that dumped the body in the storm drain. Half brother. He went missing after going out on the lake with a friend's boat and his girlfriend. It had started raining and storming and the boat tipped over. His girlfriend made it back to shore. He didn't. They took 2 days to find him. They dragged the lake for his body. He was eventually found dead, washed up on the shore somewhere along the tree hours later, he showed up on his brother's doorstep and said he had been off living as a shaman somewhere. Who knows how accurate that is? Man, unrelated, but that reminds me of the crazy dreams I have of my late sister not being dead anymore. She always shows up, just like that, telling me everything is fine and she's back. She just ran away. I never have read about it happening in real life. I can imagine it would be bizarre though. I used to have the same dreams when my best friend was tragically killed in a car accident at 18. I would have these dreams where she would come back and say it was all a misunderstanding and she had just been living somewhere else. It felt so real and was so devastating to wake up and realize it was. In fact, it hurt me. I'd like to think it was her way of telling me she was okay. I am so sorry for your loss. I was a 911 telecommunicator, in moderately well off, very low crime county. I took the 911 call for a 16-year-old girl that went missing after she didn't come home from her morning run. About 9 hours later, I took a 911 call from the opposite side of the county. The guy claimed his girl ran up to him, claiming she had been kidnapped by a guy in a white box truck. She described him as a middle-aged white guy, and in his truck he was making her dress up in white dresses and taking pictures of her.
Get out of that.
He didn't physically assault
Sure,
her
get
in
out of
any
that
way,
boy.
aside from the initial kidnapping. No SA, no violence. She claims he didn't even watch her change. Just wedding dress pictures. I have no idea if he was ever caught. Thank you for the work that you do. He left shortly after that. I fix robots now. Those that can make a career and have my utmost respect. My uncle drove my cousins all the way across the country to visit my grandma, but then just up and left, without his children, a couple days after arriving and then disappeared for several years. Come to find out, he had moved to the Philippines and started a brand new family over there with a brand new Philippine wife. He still won't talk to any of us, including his own children, even though we've tried contacting him several times throughout the years after he showed back up on Facebook. Douchebag. It's not someone I'm close to, but a guy I grew up and went missing in movies and festivals where he had. Someone, or multiple people, told him that he abruptly told them he was going home. He didn't go home, he just disappeared. He got to the crest of Water Line, but his body was still there. A couple of weeks later, he was identified as being a corpse found in a burned-out building the other direction from home. The case remains unsolved, but it was considered a homicide. The part about this case that bothers me is that I don't know whether the illegal person is telling the truth. Did he abruptly decide to go home because something scary happened and he just didn't get that far? Was that person the one who put him in that burned-out building? I just kind of feel like if things were that bad and he randomly said, "I'm quitting and heading home," he'd just hop on his bike right then versus doing whatever came next that put him in the path of the people he was avoiding. My town is small, in the mountains of the Appalachian Mountains for some context. Everyone knows everyone, so when someone goes missing, he knows. First was a lady who was friends with my mom. Let's call her Ed. She owned and operated a sandwich shop. My mom was working for her and helping her out at the time. One day, Em just didn't come to work. Her husband showed up instead. Day two, she didn't show up. Em wasn't answering calls and her husband was telling everyone she left town somewhere. Ran away. My mom immediately reported her missing. 2 or 3 days later, her body was found in a well-lit campground.
Oh, no, you're not messing with that board, so I see what you're up to.
You've got mail.
Basically, you know, I love you.
One on a vacation to Curacao, around 35 seemed that time of year, a few years ago. The area is covered in thick jungle, and it was made clear to everyone who went there that you needed what was required to stay on the paths. He decided to go for an evening stroll while the rest stayed at their cabin. He took a 1-liter bottle of water and his phone with him. Nearly no reception as soon as he walked into the bush. He soaked out the ground cafe. He is the
last 50 years.
got mail.
Because there's repetition to the term San Angeles, right? So in other words, when you see a specific movie, you see Star Wars, for example, there's a thing called a Death Star. It's a fictional space station. Well, you were watching, let's just say, a movie like Aliens or something, or you were watching Apollo 13, and in Apollo 13 they were talking about that showing you the Death Star out the window of the fictional spaceship. You'd be confused. You say, wait, am I watching Star Wars or am I watching Apollo 13 or whatever other film I'm watching? Why would they put the Death Star in, which is the fictional space station from the Star Wars movies, right? Well, San Angeles appears in a bunch of random movies that have nothing to do with one another. So it tells you that there's predictive programming behind it of San Angeles. San Angeles is a fictional futuristic concept that refers to a large, combined metropolitan area encompassing Southern California, primarily Los Angeles and San Diego, sometimes even extending to San Bernardino and Riverside. Essentially a mega city idea, often used in science fiction and media to describe a sprawling urban landscape in the region. Now, why would they do this? Why would multiple different writers, multiple different movies have this concept in their mind of San Angeles? Do regular people wake up every day and say, wow, you know, maybe today's the day. I'm wondering what it would be like if San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Bernardino merged together as one? No, they don't. They don't. Because this isn't a normal thing. It isn't normal to interpret this idea of San Angeles. This is what a future idea is that they have to create, which is called San Angeles, which they're planning on doing. Clearly, and if you haven't heard quietly while the wildfires are in Los Angeles, there's been reports and warnings of fires spreading or starting in San Diego. So that's something to keep an eye on. And San Angeles even has its own Wikipedia page described as a fictional futuristic concept of Southern California. And in there they talk about all these movies that have this theme of San Angeles, which was first conceived as a setting for Blade Runner. And then the movie in 1994, Double Dragon. And then, of course, from there, we see it in Demolition Man. There's even a 2000 Icebox.com live action web series, The Hangman, where they have a fictional detective being from San Angeles Police Department. So there's tons of predictive programming, even showing us the Power Rangers.
You've got mail.
The Power Rangers, or San Angeles in the television series Liar, right? So this is the theme that you would think, right? And I use the Death Star because people out there who have seen the Star Wars films, which I'm not one who has, but they think of when they get the Death Star, Star Wars specifically, right? So if you saw the Death Star on Star Trek or somewhere else, you would say this is really weird. This is a whole fictional reality written in another movie. But apparently San Angeles is a fictional reality that continues to just pop up in a lot of different movies and television series, which tells you that there's a theme of predictive programming. In fact, in nonfiction, there's the theme of San Angeles. By nonfiction, I mean that they talked about this in Congress. In 2002, a political movement to have the San Fernando Valley succeeded from Los Angeles to become an independent, incorporated city of its own, suggesting San Angeles as the potential new name for the proposed incorporated city. So there's lens to it, San Angeles. Like I said, Blade Runner originally, it was written in the script that that film would be taking place in San Angeles. But most
You've got mail.
look at Demolition. A lot of Demolition Man writing out there, but innocent victims caught in the crossfire in Los Angeles, intensifying war on crime. Both John Spartan and violent Simon Phoenix, as in the Phoenix Rising, are sentenced to a state of frozen incarceration known as cryo prison. When Spartan is finally thawed 36 years later, he says it's 2032, and Los Angeles is now a pacifist utopia called San Angeles. A pacifist utopia. I'm going to play for you what San Angeles was depicted as in Demolition Man in 1993. We're in the year 2025, so do the math. That's 32 years ago. Surprised it's not 33, but 32 years ago. Surprised it's not 33.
Greetings, traveler.
That's all done by design. They want you to be behind a bachelor. They're not but they make chaos and all of the crazy liberal ideology that they deliberately put in place to make Donald Trump to remove it, restore exactly war. As fascism that restore
While you were sleeping, everyone in the city was installed code. It was a brilliant idea of an organically bioengineered microchip we sewn into the skin. Sensors all over the city can zero in on anyone at any time.
Can't even conceive of visual what we police officers did before it was too late. What do you think you're scratching, caveman? You really think we let you go without control? Your code was implanted the second you thought.
So all that technology in that film might look dated, it might look ridiculous, but at the time, it wasn't even in the thought process that we could live in a world that looks like that. And of course, that was San Angeles. And we all know the blueprint for Los Angeles is a smart LA. And that's what a smart LA looks like. That's what a smart city looks like. And the common theme with the smart city and Demolition Man is that it's a utopia. The smart city is a perpetually unrealized utopia. And what is the person who Donald Trump is putting into power, who was not voted, what is he doing in Texas? What is he trying to build? What is his vision? His vision is a libertarian utopia. And I'm speaking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is creating a utopian city. I covered this a couple months back and a couple of years ago as well. The Texas Utopia, the company town, which is under dictator rules. You work for the company, which means you live for the company. Your housing is provided by the company, but you still pay rent for your housing. And isn't it a coincidence as well? I'm sure, because there's no such thing as coincidences, that Sylvester Stallone, who was the star of Demolition Man, has suddenly emerged being attached to Donald Trump. Even on Thanksgiving night, Sylvester Stallone was at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And Elon Musk tweeted this out. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Sylvester Stallone at the Thanksgiving dinner. Elon said, I was telling Sly that I just watched Demolition Man again and how well it predicted the crazy world future 30 years ago. But people out there don't pay attention to what's really in between the lines there, right? They hear that, like, yeah, well, that's a woke future. No, no. That's the future that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are bringing to. Elon Musk is the one who's talking about utopian smart cities. Elon Musk is the one who is literally talking about implanting you with a neural link implant in your body. So the scene where you see Sylvester Stallone with a microchip implant inside of it, which could be embedded in an injection, that's the same exact thing that Elon Musk is trying to do. So, of course, he's obviously saying that lightly because he knows the majority of people out there can't think further than they can spin. So, by saying it's a woke future, it's actually the irony of it all. Is that that's the future that they're trying to build. Now, like I said, Sly Stallone, another one of these guys who was in on it, always been in on it, Chuck Dulce guy symbolism. It's also interesting to note that two of the other main characters in that film, Demolition Man, Jessica Bonnie Ventura and Rob Schneider, are two people who've been out on the political front as well in 2024. Two people who have no popularity whatsoever, but they're getting pushed on the television set all over the media. Rob Schneider has sided as a conservative and left Los Angeles. Jessica Ventura siding as a Democrat and talking about electing the first women's president, right? So there's no coincidences here. San Angeles has been a plan for a long time. And keep in mind the other things that Elon Musk wants to push, wants to achieve in society as Musk is showing us more than anyone else. And what is Elon Musk a champion of? He's a champion of universal basic income. He's predicted that universal high income will be necessary. But that's not even evil or good. Which one is this? Was it a work of fiction, or is it a work of reality now? Because it's looking more and more like most of these films do with predictive programming, that it's been the plan all along. I thank everybody for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your family, as always.
Why LA when the car's going to the gym? This is tight. No way. My friend don't want to. Not really. We like to clean pickleball
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Weight loss. For so long, I felt stuck. Except found means change. Zepbound is for adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off. Activating two naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body, it works differently.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss. It's changing how much weight I lose, up to 48 pounds.
And changing what happens. Don't take it for what it's
got mail. You've 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 got mail. got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. got mail. You've got mail.
bring your candy ass.
Oh boy, he said to bring your candy ass. You know what, Goofy? You can have Minnie, you can have Pluto. Look, this Mickey Mouse Clubhouse shit. Look how niggas, I'm out of here, no. Oh, yeah. I don't want any part of this. You don't pay enough to get on my nerves and you're fucking stupid. Gosh, Mickey, I didn't know you felt that way. Well, Goofy, if you had one brain cell, you might have been able to figure this out. Mickey Mouse out. Mic drop.
Goodbye.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Find gifts they'll love on Etsy.
Man, woman. Out here now. It's my house. What are you kids doing at my house? You ain't running nothing around here, boy. Mama's trying to do it. Get up here now. Mom needs you.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Shit. I'm the realest nigga on earth. I don't know what else to tell y'all people, man. I said what I said. Adorable. Oh, bro, I was about to say. Oh, Christ.
Where did this not come from?
Oh, hell no. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. That's a straight up demon.
The girl with the red monster pudding while posing for a picture and fell into Niagara Falls.
People are saying your favorite celebrities are hanging out on the beach. As you see, this woman is pretty friendly with a lot of celebrities. ASAP Rocky.
So this thing eating the bowl of soup. Oh, homie got his shirt off. That's first. Pause. I never seen him like that. Pause. That's okay. That sounded real suspect, but I said what I said. I was expecting him to eat some food, and homie had his shirt off. I was not expecting that. A little demonic nigga. What? Come on, bro. Better than drywall. Sand. Dirty on that. Teresa. Eats 2 pounds of rock. What the? Cassie. Eats her husband's ashes? What the? Lord help him.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Photo flight. Girl, give me that.
Oh my God, what is that? In the picture, one of the boys in the class is sitting on the bus, and nothing seems strange about the photo. His reflection in the window. His face in the reflection looked like it was yellow and bulgy. And completely mutated. Also, there was a white floating figure behind him in the reflection. Everybody turned the photo upside down and realized it was a human
You've got
skull,
mail.
and it was a woman. And when the boy saw the photo of himself, he immediately burst into tears and had a panic attack. The teacher took the boy to the nurse's office, and the principal banned everybody from speaking about this strange photo ever again. And to make this even scarier, 7 days later, the boy died from a brain tumor. The photo is said to be on the internet somewhere, but I don't recommend looking for it.
Scared of humans before you like cameras.
That's part 446. The next year revealed that the 300-year-old Mexican statue of Jesus has real human teeth. They're believed to have been donated by worshippers as a way to get closer to the religious figure. After killing his girlfriend with a hatchet, 30-year-old Philadelphia man William Kempler became the first person to be executed by electric chair. While it was supposed to demonstrate the effectiveness and humanity of electrocution, the punishment went horribly wrong. They underestimated the amount of electricity needed to quickly and painlessly end a man's life. Kempler was still conscious after the first shot. The physicians noticed he was still breathing in agony. They hit him with a second shot that was more powerful, causing his entire body to convulse violently and start smoking. Kempler ended up with bubbling skin, melted eyes, and a foaming mouth. The entire room reeked of burning flesh, as many spectators ended up passing out from the horror. Despite this, the electric chair would still continue to be used for more than 100 years afterwards.
This couple in California would set up fake bikes, wait until somebody would steal it, and then beat them up with baseball bats and report it and post it on social. This happened all the way back in 2020, and they really did not like bike thieves, apparently. This happened in Fresno, California, and they would brag about it to their neighbors. Even crazier, they wouldn't even bother to call the police after they assaulted them or when they caught the thieves. They really just wanted to beat them up with metal baseball bats. Apparently, they were victims of break-ins, home invasions, and then theft. They then decided to take the law into their own hands because they thought nothing was really getting done for them. Now, obviously, the YouTube videos have since been taken down. That's kind of how they got caught, because of YouTube and the bragging to their neighbors. 4 victims have come forward. The police say there's probably more, because honestly, who's going to admit, yeah, I was on a bike and then I got beat up? Both suspects were charged and put jail, but they bailed out after. The neighbors did admit there's also a high crime rate in that neighborhood for some reason. Neighbors that just moved there said their car was broken into like the first day they were there. But let me know what you guys think about the story. Were they right to do this or not?
Most people believe these three things will save your life. They don't. Let's pretend that you're on vacation with some friends in this cabin, and you hear on the news that there's actually a killer on the loose in the woods surrounding your cabin. What do? Instinctively, you're going to want to ditch your friends and just start running into the woods. No shoes, no weapons, no cell phone, no sense of where you're going. But that's actually a terrible idea because the killer is in the woods, and you'd be putting yourself more in harm's way, not less. So you decide to stay put, and then you remember that your friend drove you all to the cabin in their brand new Lamborghini that was working like 5 minutes ago. So why can't you just pile into that and drive away to safety? The problem with that is anytime you're in a cabin in the woods and there's a killer on the loose around your cabin, even if it's a brand new car, it's not going to start. So don't even go out and try it. You're just sitting in the cabin doing nothing, but all of a sudden you feel like someone could be watching you, and you want to turn around and make sure no one is. Don't turn around, because if you do, the killer will magically appear behind you.
Forbidden live streams. Hi, my name is Ethan, and we're about to be talking about a dark topic. The first live stream ever was made in 1993, and the first crime ever live streamed was in 2008, and that was the Akihabara massacre. But as you guys know, being that the dark web was made in 2000, I'm sure that there was other crimes live streamed long before 2008. Hundreds of crimes featuring murders, R-word, trafficking, SA were all streamed via YouTube, dark web, Facebook, Instagram, and so many more. What is even more chilling about these live streams is some sites more on the dark web have an actual membership program, and that's basically where people pay to watch others just be utterly tortured. Needless to say, live streaming as a whole can be a great platform unless it gets into the wrong person's hands.
Anna Kobayashi went missing when she was traveling from Hawaii to LA just last week. She was scheduled to be on her connecting flight on November 8th in New York, however she missed it. Days later, after she sent some disturbing texts to her family, she went missing. She went completely off the grid. Weird thing is, right after that, police got in footage of her crossing into the border into Mexico. This is 125 miles away from Los Angeles. This happened on November 12th, 4 days after she supposedly missed her flight. A missing persons report was filed. Family went searching for her as well as authorities and volunteers. Her father flew all the way from Hawaii to LA to join these search efforts. Her father was then found dead in a parking lot in Los Angeles. It was confirmed that he did take his own life. Apparently, the stress of losing his daughter Hannah got to him so badly. Hannah was then located about a month later in Mexico after going off the grid. Police are now calling her disappearance as a voluntary disappearance. However, because of this voluntary disappearance, and because of the lack of communication between her and her family, this stressed everybody out, especially her father, and this led to the circumstances we're in now. In this case, a simple text from her would probably save her father's life if he just told him to come off the grid. Let me hear your thoughts about this story. People are calling for her to be charged on this. Do you agree with that?
Princesses without makeup. Elsa. Jasmine. Snow White. Tiana.
Nigga, just move on. Honest. Close to the wind. She's still bad. She only don't make nothing. But we can make some mud. Nobody care about Cinderella. Oh, no, we don't care about Ariel either. Where's View? Or, Belle. There she is. Bow. There it is. That's all you need to know.
When they show Snow White, I was like, where's her eyebrow? It's like, what's in her eyebrow compared to it's like, how does Ariel have she have a with the most unusual skin color? 1. Lola Jewel. Lola Jewel is a teen with very dark skin, striking dog-like features. 2. Nastya Zhikova. Nastya Zhikova is a Russian model with albinism who has very pale skin
to the African Grumpus.
6. Winnie Carnival. Winnie Carnival is a Canadian model with vitiligo, which causes white patches on the skin. 7. Amina Epithieva. Amina Epithieva.
Oh, she looks like Daenerys.
With albinism and heterochronia.
She got that Targaryen.
Last concerns have gone way too far. Joe Wegler is a 22-year-old from Germany. As he was shaving one day, he accidentally nicked his cheek. A trail of blood started rolling down, but instead of getting scared, he was inspired. You see, Joe was a huge fan of Batman and absolutely loved the Joker. So instead of putting a Band-Aid on the cut, we made it bigger. Little by little, he stretched it even bigger until eventually there was a hole in his cheek. Today, Joe does everyday things like brushing his teeth through the hole and even eats food through it. Subscribe if you think this is gross.
Hell, when I'm sleeping sometimes, I'm like, ah, nothing ever flies into my mouth or ears or anything like that. Him? Nah, there's gotta be a bunch of stuff that flies in his mouth. A big hole in the bowl, like you're funny. That's an interesting look.
He took her neighbor's wife because he didn't like his Christmas gifts. Melissa Young was born in Perth, Australia in the late 1970s, and when she was a teenager, she would get bullied often for her cross-dressing and misrelated. At the age of 26, Melissa transitioned in 2002, embracing her new identity. About a year later, she started working at a brothel in Edinburgh, Scotland. While working, she had a pattern of stealing not just from her clients, but her coworkers as well. Eventually, Melissa got fired and she was sentenced to 18 months in prison for shoplifting. During this time, she was dealing a lot with her addiction and she was just not doing well. On December 25th of 2013, Melissa made a call to emergency services claiming that her neighbor, Alan Williamson, was refusing to leave her home. Later that evening, she made a second call to emergency services and she admitted to stabbing Alan in her home. When police arrived at Melissa's home, they found her hands covered in blood and right behind the front door was Alan's lifeless body. In the kitchen, police had discovered a weapon that Melissa had used and Alan had suffered from 29 injuries. The following day, Melissa was examined by a doctor and she told that doctor that she was possessed, that she was hearing voices, she saw a bright light, she lived in a attacked out. She also stated that she was disgusted with her other neighbors and wanted to unalive both of them, and then she cut her out and said police didn't say too much. Melissa then started to shift the blame onto Alan, stating that she had given him a Christmas present of some shoes and a calendar, and by his reaction, she could tell that he did not like them, and she claimed that if he would have just accepted the gifts, she would have never done this to him. In August of 2014, Melissa was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. He must serve at least 20 years in prison before she can apply for parole.
4 disturbing facts about your body. If your body's immune system finds out about your eyes, it will blind you. Yes, that is correct. Your eyes and your body have separate immune systems. And if for some reason your body's immune system discovers your eyes, it will attack them, sending you blind. You can get a condition called fatal familial insomnia. This is a condition where you cannot sleep for days and you begin to lose your mind bit by bit until you die. Your body is always fighting cancer. In your lifetime, your immune system destroys anywhere from 5 to 8 cancerous cells
You've got
that cannot
mail.
self-destruct. Some cancers fool your immune system so they can grow and spread. If you have even a small brain trauma, your brain can reset, changing your likes, dislikes, and other aspects of your personality.
Yeah, that's scary to think about. All we got like personality. Wonder how many boxers and people, just fighters in general, that got into the ring and everything is under this. Like,
Seriously,
niggas talk like robots. Fuck. Every fucking tick. Oh my god. Let me tell you about this on how we are controlled by the world. If I talk like this, I would never have anybody want to watch me. I am a TikToker that has no originality, and I just copy everybody else. Please subscribe if you love how I talk in my voice. Shut the fuck up! Gosh. Sorry, I said get out my system. Can't deal with it. It's so aggravating.
Brush your teeth. Toothpaste contains fluoride. We are constantly shutting down this glass. Without this glass, we are more prone to weakness, staying up late, depression, and anger. Good news though, fluoride-free products exist.
I mean, it's also been proved that fluoride actually I don't know about the drinking of fluoride, but the water there's just a lot of things to worry about nowadays. Like, you have like water, you have microplastics in this, injections in this, choices in this. Apparently there's like protein powders. Like, bro, how many people can away 95% of protein powders? Like, I drink protein away. Protein away, I'll throw away because it's mostly the water that's protein. I'm gonna throw a video right here. I saw it and I was like, protein powder in my that's awesome.
This is how people react when they are told how long they will be in prison. Jacob Matthew Morgan, sentenced to 137 years in prison.
You've got mail.
Smith Ryan, sentenced to life in prison without parole. Cameron Harry, sentenced to 24 years in prison. They start their 10-month-old baby, sentenced to life in prison without parole. Dylan Schumann, sentenced to 985 years in prison. Nico Jenkins, sentenced to death.
Popular protein powders to the gym where we ask Leslie and her clients to look at the labels and tell us which of them seem the best and the worst. You're looking at calories, protein, and carbs. You're not necessarily looking at all the best. CleanLabelProject.org is a watchdog for consumers. In the past, they've tested baby food, baby formula, and pet food. So this time they bought 137 of Amazon's top-selling protein powders and sent them off to a lab. What they found was alarming. Various toxins in your supplements. Things like heavy metals, lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury. Antibiotic residues, pesticide residues. The vegan chocolate protein ingredients
You've got mail.
was popular, but it ranks among the worst for arsenic, lead, cadmium, and mercury. The study showed some of the dirtiest results were organic. What we found is that plant-based protein powders had higher levels of arsenic as well as cadmium, which we think comes potentially from contaminated soil. These studies show many of these fillers and metabolic compounds have contributed to certain types of cancers. Mitsun Hamadi is a dietitian who is really dosing ways to validate what is in the nutritional supplements. This is Biochem Vanilla Whey, and it was one of the healthiest. Testing showed no detectable levels of arsenic, BPA, lead, or mercury, and it was also one of the cleanest forms of cadmium. Look at the 5 cleanest products. All of them happen to be whey-based and vanilla-based. All of the women were shocked with the results and are now second-guessing using protein powders. My recommendation is to go natural. So use the eggs, use the dairy, use the meat. So a spokeswoman for Vegas told us they have not seen the raw data from the CleanLabel.org testing, but she said, quote, we, however, want to reassure our consumers that we test every single lot of our omega protein to ensure our products are safe, compliant, nutrient-dense, and meet our high-quality standards.
I mean, this happened to us. You went into our pantry and you said, wait a minute, this came kind of the bad ones. How do you know what's in the protein
on our website, ksap.com. I suggest you go look at it before you drink it.
I didn't check out the list, and I actually read the chat was that this but it was pretty much saying that like plant-based protein shakes have like a lot of bad chemicals. So if you drink any type of plant-based protein shake, just make sure to look out and see if you have protein that's on the quote-unquote bad list.
This teacher was caught doing it with an 8th grade student, and apparently it was almost daily. The kid was 13 years old, and now she will serve 10 years in prison. This happened in Texas. The teacher behind me, her name is Alexandria Vera. She's 25 years old, and this 13-year-old got her pregnant. She stated the relationship happened in the Instagram DMs, and his family apparently approved of this relationship. The judge and the school district said that they want their teachers to teach students not to put their hands all over their students. She was originally going to get 30 years in prison, but the judge said, I don't think she's that bad. Give her 10 years. Apparently, this relationship blossomed in 2015 around summertime. The boy kept advancing. She kept denying. Eventually, she gave in, apparently. Prosecutors said, based on evidence, they did it daily for 9 months straight. And apparently, during the entire ordeal, to get away with this, she told her neighbors that the boy was her brother. And now it gets even weirder. She even moved his father in with her so she could pretend she was dating the father, but in reality, she was the kid. This was kind of a mask. She was also paying for the family's groceries and phone bill. This kid literally had a sugar mama. Now, Alexandria Vera has a 6-year-old daughter that even called the 13-year-old kid her dad. What an interesting case. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. If you're from Houston, Texas, and you hear about this case around you guys, as always, videos are for informational purposes only. Once again, let me know your thoughts in the comment section. I definitely feel like she should have served life for this. She knew exactly what she was doing, but the court system was pretty lenient on her.
Dark things Disney doesn't like to know? So in part 14 of this series, I talked about the deadly monorail crash and killed a 21-year-old woman at Disney. This isn't the first time that this ride has taken someone's life. The first death occurred in 1966 during the park's annual grad night. Pictured here is 19-year-old Thomas Guy Cleveland. He attempted to sneak into the park one that night. He successfully managed to climb over the park's 16-foot high fence, and then he got onto the monorail tracks.
possess the godlike powers such as the ability to grant wishes and control over the elements. And finally, perception. Western dragons are viewed as wild animals decimating noble knights and kingdoms, whereas Eastern dragons are viewed as deities, deserving of all respect and fear.
Each needs to God. Concepts. Octopus and screen. Let's do this. This is how a clown keeps the two sad. Transmission cut out. He managed to say that there was something strange in the area and that he was going to investigate. When the other police officers got there, though, he was nowhere to be found. But as that his motorcycle was there on the side of the road, along with his service handgun, his radio, and his cell phone. They looked everywhere for him, and then they ended up finding some footprints. So they followed these footprints into this wooded area, and they noticed that the footprints started to grow farther and farther apart from each other. And then all of a sudden, they disappeared. The police officers were baffled, and a search team was called to look for the missing cop. They ended up finding him the next day, 12 miles away from the area of his initial disappearance. He was found by a local farmer on the side of the road, and he was completely traumatized. He was curled up in the fetal position. They took him to the hospital, and when he eventually calmed down,
You've got mail.
the other officers a terrifying account of what had happened to him. He said that when he got to the area that he went to investigate, he bumped into two strange humanoid beings with glowing red eyes. He said that one of these beings spoke to him telepathically and ordered him to disarm his weapons and disable his radio and cell phone. This is when Jetta said that he got scared and he decided to make a run for it. He said that he ran as fast as he could, but as he started to run, he started to feel like he was floating. And that's all he remembered before finding himself on the side of the road.
You've got
more
mail.
terrifying is that after this whole event, Jetta decided to do hypnotherapy. And after the hypnotherapy, he said that he remembered that he was indeed abducted by these beings. He said that he remembers being beamed up to an alien spaceship. And
You've got mail.
Innocent bright. And then he says that he remembers being placed on a table or bed. Unfortunately, for police officer Sergio Jetta, he was let go after this whole incident.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
It's a